Commissioner Bourne.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Hassan.
Here.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
President Cogill.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda with the note that 2 items are coming up from committee this evening, one in admin and finance and one in planning.
So moved. Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Meyer?
Yeah, I was just going to propose to start moving the agenda and the minutes at the same time to save on roll calls. We can do that for both the board meeting and the committee, and other organizations do that. And it would save a lot of time, and Council Rice has agreed that that's something that we can do. So if the motion makers are receptive, I would add the approval of the minutes to Wednesday, May 19th, 2021 to their motion.
So moved.
Thank you. It sounds as though that is a friendly amendment, and the motion includes the agenda and the minutes. Is there any other discussion? Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you, President Cogill. For confirmation, the item coming from the Planning Committee is Resolution 2021-222. Is that correct? The resolution for the encroachment permit to the University of Minnesota?
That's correct.
Thank you, President Cogill. I would not support the allowance of that resolution on tonight's agenda. Reading the background material, there's just not a compelling reason to bring it forward tonight. The background material from staff said that the Board of Regents of the University of Minnesota wanted to start work in June, and so that's why it's being brought forward tonight. The Board of Regents could have brought that to the attention of the Minneapolis Park Board sooner. If this was any other neighbor with a driveway encroachment, we would be making them go through the same process. This is something that, as the encroachment that is there is expiring, we have the opportunity to plant trees and reclaim green space in an area that's now pavement. So I don't know why we would be expediting a resolution to keep paved surfaces in the park system. And there just wasn't a compelling reason in the background material to bring it forward. They could have gone through the same process as any other encroachment applicant. So I don't support the inclusion of that on the agenda. So I'd ask that question be divided and have the agenda voted on with and have that taken as a separate question.
I'd second it.
Been asked for the question to be divided. Makes sense to me, and I'm not seeing any other questions, so we'll vote. First, ask for the secretary to take the roll on approving the agenda, omitting the bringing up of the item from the planning committee, item 221-222.
Commissioner Bourne.
This is a vote on the rest of the agenda, correct?
Correct.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes, 0 nays, 0 absent.
That carries. I'll now vote on the addition of bringing item 221, 222 from the planning committee to the full board. I'll ask Secretary to please take the roll on that.
Commissioner Bourne,
Just clarification, this is now the resolution to expedite resolution 2021-222, keeping paved surfaces on keeping an encroachment for paved surfaces on East River Parkway.
Correct. It's bringing the item 221, 222 to the full board for consideration in the same meeting this evening.
If it passes. Okay. No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
No.
Commissioner Meyer,
No.
Commissioner Hassan,
No.
Commissioner French,
No.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Kogia.
No.
You have 3 ayes, 6 nays.
We will not be bringing that to the full board this evening. Does not carry. I'll now ask for, see here. I need the next item on the agenda is closed session. So I'd ask for a motion to, this is on the same, our same agenda, so it's already been moved. So I guess I would ask for a motion to go into closed session for the purposes of discussing a proposed workers' compensation settlement.
So moved.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Kogia.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes, 0 nays.
We are now moving into closed session. I'll ask everybody to migrate over to the link provided for the purposes of closed session, and then we will return here. Just want to verify here that everybody's back in the room.
I'm missing Commissioner Bourne.
Okay. I'm gonna ask for a motion to, I believe I need a motion to close the, or
To open the closed session.
open the closed session. Thank you,
Um,
Commissioner Musich.
So moved. Second.
It's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? Not seeing any. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my Zoom here. Anybody, can't see hands right now, so if anybody has
There
any
are no
discussion.
hands.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on reopening the closed session.
Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bourne.
Hey, Jennifer, what resolution is this?
This is opening closed session.
Got it. Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye,
You have 9 ayes.
that carries. We're back in the regular meeting. And it is 5:30 now, which is open time. This is the opportunity for Board of Commissioners to hear public comments from the public due to COVID-19. We are still holding this meeting virtually, and members of the public can either write in or sign up to speak via phone. We do have here a number of individuals signed up to speak this evening, a total of 10, including 2 write-ins. So I will just note that I'll give 2 minutes to each speaker, and speakers can address the board on any topic. We just ask you refrain from using any discriminatory or harassing language, and refrain from discussing any pending personnel matters. When you're on, I'll ask you to unmute yourself, and if you are watching the live stream at home, please do also mute that so we don't get feedback. And again, you'll have 2 minutes. I'll ask you start with saying your name, and if you're comfortable, your address, and I will note when the 2 minutes is up. You'll also hear a beep at that time. So with that, I'll ask if our first speaker, Claire Daly, is on the line.
Claire is on the line. 1 second. Claire is now in the meeting.
All right. Claire, you may go ahead. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name is Claire, and I will be a member of the community here from Fulton. We have a longer statement that I believe my neighbor Amanda will read, but I have just a personal statement that I will read since I'm going first. I live across from Pershing Park, and we have been having some issues here. I just want to underscore the issues that my neighbors will raise. When we moved here, we knew that we would enjoy the community atmosphere of being near a park and the basketball court, all activities which we welcome. However, during the last year and through today, there is a daily group of between 10 to 20 completely unsupervised young teenagers who are taking advantage of the lack of consequences at the court on any given afternoon and evening. My husband and I have small children who we now don't feel comfortable being in our own yard with due to the increased illegal activities and vulgar yelling. We have witnessed these teens cussing out and threatening local adults who have tried to address the issues with them in person, instead using their group mentality to turn and harass the adults. We have witnessed drug deals, fist fights, trespassing, smoking, car racing, to name a few. We have tried many other avenues to resolve this as a community, but we currently have few other options besides calling 911, which of course we would rather not be doing every day. So we are here now asking you to hopefully spend money on a permanent and full-time supervisor for Pershing Park as soon as possible. I thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments, Claire. Our next speaker is Carrie Early. Is Carrie on the line?
Carrie is now in the meeting.
Very good, Carrie. You have 2 minutes to address the board. If you're able to unmute yourself, you can go ahead.
Alrighty. Thank you very much for the time here. My name is Carrie Early. My wife Jensen and I have been Fulton residents for nearly 8 years. I have 2 children who are 1 and 3. And our house is very close to Pershing Park. I'm actually neighbors with Claire Daly. Over the last 2 summers, I've witnessed the civil disobedience at Pershing Park increase and escalate, primarily at the basketball court. It does move over to the tennis courts and sometimes near the park building. Really what was once mostly just kids using these amenities respectfully has turned into vandalism, fireworks, drug use, drug selling, purchasing, excessive speeding away in cars and mopeds, and immense amounts of littering really on a daily basis. A few summers ago, I felt a lot more comfortable to approach these young individuals and have a conversation in the evenings and explain why I wanted them to kind of keep it down because I had small children. Now, most attempts at conversation are typically responded to with a barrage of curse words and the occasional veiled threat. At times, just watching nearby will elicit a verbal attack. Recently, this behavior literally brought the issue to my doorstep when a young person walked up to my home, rang the doorbell, and asked to call his dad because he was being bullied and had his bike vandalized while chained up directly next to the basketball court. Really, I don't think that it's my or my neighbor's responsibility to keep the behavior of these individuals in check. The result of all of this is the inability for my family to live peacefully in our own home and use the park ourselves. We can't hang out in our front yard or backyard without hearing blaring music or the shrieking of curse words. Even inside, we can't have our windows open without hearing the same. I also don't feel comfortable bringing my 2 small children to those areas of the park either. There are either young people there displaying the previously mentioned behaviors, or they're gone and they leave heaps of trash for my kids to get into. Really, I want the teenagers to have access to Pershing Park, but their behavior shouldn't negatively impact the ability for others to use it as well or live peacefully nearby. So really my direct asks are that we have an overall increased park supervision. I don't really know what form that takes, whether it's staffed at the park or park police, whatever it may be. I'd like to see the basketball hoops locked by 9 p.m. at the latest. And any assistance you may be able to provide in reinstating the use of speed bumps would be most appreciated on the 4800 Blackett one.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. That's all I had.
Appreciate it. Our next
All right,
speaker is Keith Holloman. Is Keith on the line?
Keith is now in the meeting.
Very good, Keith. You may go ahead and address the board. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I'm here today to share my support for a request from the Salam Mosque, which is located in Northeast Minneapolis. Salam Mosque has been asking for support from the park board to find a solution for a safe drop-off parking site for the children attending the mosque. In the past 4 years, the Minneapolis Park Board has treated Salam Mosque staff, community, and children differently than other groups, making a request to the Minneapolis Park Board. The mosque leadership and CARE Minnesota representatives have met with board commissioners and offered multiple options, including, among other things, a land exchange. In the most recent request, the mosque asked for the park board to put this request on the agenda to request a solution that is equivalent to what a church and a school that were offered that are a few blocks from the mosque. The same rationale was provided by these institutions, which resulted in a solution in the 70s, which is equivalent to what is being asked today by Salam Mosque. This is an issue of inclusion and equality. My question is why can't you offer the same solution for the children of Salam Mosque that has been offered previously? Is it because they are a different ethnic group? I hope not. Is it because they're Muslim? I pray that's not the case. My question again is, why would you treat this community differently? Children are starting to come back to the mosque, and the current process for drop-off is dangerous because the mosque is located on Central Avenue. I want to ask you to stop treating this Muslim and Black community differently. This is flat out wrong, and the community will continue to demand a dialogue with the park board to address these needs. And as a member of this community, I am asking that you add them to the next park board meeting and consider doing it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith, for your comments. Our next speaker is Drew Adamek. Is Drew on the line?
Drew is on the line.
Very good. Drew, you want to say your name if you're comfortable with your address? You have to address the board.
Yeah, so my name is Drew. I live on University of Minnesota campus. And so I just wanted to come on here. I wasn't sure if I was made myself super clear a couple weeks ago, so wanted to try to make it more concise this week. Just wanted to see if you guys, the park board, would be available to have another park police meeting or board meeting and potentially discuss changing or dissolving some statutes that I'd love to get more into. But I was wondering if you guys would be open to that option of just kind of having that first step of having a reconvening of the park police board, and then just kind of reviewing these statutes that are kind of not very common sense. So that's all I wanted to come on here and say today. Thank you again for letting me speak, and I look forward to speaking more with you guys and hearing the resolution from that meeting.
Thank you, Drew, for your comments. Our next speaker is Jelani Hussain. Is Jelani on the line?
Jelani is on the line.
Very good. Jelani, if you'd like to state your name, if you're comfortable with your address for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Yeah, this is Jelani Hussain, Executive Director of CARE Minnesota, to Franklin, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm also here today, as I've been in the past, advocating for Salam Mosque, a mosque that has done everything possible to work with your staff to come up with solutions, particularly clearly to offer safe drop-off zones for the children who attend this mosque. And I'm really disappointed. I'm disappointed with the leadership of the park board. I'm disappointed that it has taken now 4 years to demand something very simple, a solution. And I'm also disappointed that today, the same commissioner who has denied us any opportunity is giving a sweetheart deal to almost the same request that we have asked to the University of Minnesota on an easement on the parkway, and doing it behind, not even doing it through the formal process, where he has denied us an opportunity to present this case in front of you. In fact, the reason why Mount Vernon Church and the school up the road did get a public parking for drop-off for their children is the same reason why we're asking for the same request. And unfortunately, we have been denied even the basic rights that we have. And I'm tired of it. We are tired of it. This is the first time we are no longer going to be just having a basic conversation. We will continue to demand justice for this mosque. And religious discrimination is not going to happen here. And to the staff that have worked with us, I really appreciate them. But the leadership of the park board has denied us fundamentally what we have rights to. And we have tried to work with the park, the planners particularly, but also just the park board commissioners. So I'm really disappointed that it got to this point. We protested recently. We will continue to do that until we get justice for Salam Mosque. Religious discrimination by this park board is not going to happen. Giving favoritism to children who are not Black and children who are Muslim, treating them differently and not seeing their humanity and not seeing their lives matter is not acceptable. And for you to give favoritism to corporations and other businesses is no longer going to be acceptable either. We demand justice, and that is exactly what we've been asking for. I've sent emails and emails and emails to all of you asking to simply to look at the situation. And right now in front of you is a decision that you have to make. So we're demanding that you add an agenda item to the next meeting, specifically requesting that we look forward to a proposal similar to what you have already allowed in the 70s for the church and the school on the same block, simply because those children that go to that church and the children that go to that school should have a safe drop-off zone. And in this case, it is a mosque and it's Black children, and they should deserve the same courtesy that previous park board commissioners gave those families and that community.
Thank you, Mr. Hussein. Our next speaker is Zainab Mohammed. Is Zainab on the line?
Zainab is on the line.
Very good. Zainab, you have 2 minutes to address the board, and you may go ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Zainab Mohammed, and I am here in support of the requests that were made by Salam Mosque. And I am here to basically share the same concerns that they have in them wanting their concern to be addressed in wanting a space for children to be dropped off when coming to the mosque. In the past 4 years, the Minneapolis Park Board has treated the mosque staff, the community, and the children all differently. And I think that's fair and unequitable. And at the very minimum, there needs to be at least conversations amongst community. We know the Park Board has previously addressed this issue with a church in the 70s. And we know that the Council on American Islamic Relations staff, as well as community members, have brought up other options like land exchange. And so I'm here to say that not only am I supportive, but I am demanding for the elected officials in the Park Board to come to their senses in addressing this issue. I hope that this isn't being addressed because they're Black or they're Muslim, and that we treat all of our communities in fairness and with equity, the same way we would have done it if this was a church and white kids were getting dropped off. I know that Commissioner Chris Myers' thing is that he doesn't really like parking spaces for environmental purposes, and I completely support that. We should be taking that seriously, but there needs to be a conversation with the community on other ways we can address this issue to ensure that our kids are safe and that they can have spaces where they can be dropped off and they can go to and practice their faith in a safe and well-mannered. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comments, Zainab. And our next speaker is Mohammed Ibrahim. Is Mohammed on the line?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Mohammed, you can go ahead. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Okay. Thank you so much. This is Mohammed Ibrahim calling as well on behalf of Salam Mosque. And to be quite honest, I think we all understand and recognize the ability that the Park Board, the Minneapolis Park Board and Recreations Board has, not only in terms of creating parks, but also thinking about the safety and the livelihood or well-being of children. And today I'm calling on behalf of Salam Mosque because Salam Mosque has not been had the ability to not only be a part of the agenda, but also been denied the ability to actually protect and make sure that children have a safe space to be dropped off and to participate in their religious or otherwise leisurely activity. And it really disappoints me to hear of the U of M getting a sweetheart deal that is similar to what Salam Mosque has been requesting and really asking for the last 4 years. And I am here to demand for all of you elected officials to not only allow this conversation to be added to the agenda, but to really consider and to understand that the moment that you are in and the lack of action that as a community we are witnessing and regarding giving the ability for children to be dropped off safely. And all of this is being denied, whether it's in the name of emissions or whether it's in the name of having a bike-friendly city. But at the end of the day, I think we all want our children to be dropped off safely, whether they're going to worship, whether they're going to school, or whatever the case is. And we have to ask, and it's unfortunate that it's 2021 and we are still asking that. And we know that other churches and worship places around the area have had this ability to get parking lots. And are we asking, is it because of the people's face? Is it because of the skin color of these kids that they're not getting access to this, or even having the privilege of being discussed? So I ask for all of you to consider this and not only stop this discrimination, but make sure that Salam Mosque is on the next agenda so we can have a fair shot of actually discussing and bringing plausible solutions for the children and for the missing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Our next speaker is Imam Abdimajad. Imam Abdimajad, is the Imam online?
They are not online.
Okay, we'll come back to the Imam. Move on to Amanda Suniti Niskodi Dasset. Is Amanda online?
Amanda is online.
Great, Amanda, if you could mute the live stream in the background there.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Very good. Yes, I can hear you. You have 2 minutes to address the board. You can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Amanda, and I live near Pershing Park. I am referring to the same issues that Claire and Carrie mentioned at the beginning. Since the pandemic began, Pershing Park, particularly the corner of 49th and Chowan, has become the site of daily uncivil and criminal behavior. There is a group there between 10 to 20 completely unsupervised young individuals who are taking advantage of the lack of consequences at the basketball court, tennis court, and rest of the park. This includes drug dealing, drug use, harassment, vandalism, thefts, fights, fireworks, threats, trespassing, very loud vulgar music, extensive litter, and even yesterday, driving a moped on the park grass, courts, and sidewalks. The problems began once COVID started, the park building closed, and schools went online. Unfortunately, it continues to escalate daily. There are no signs of it receding now that COVID restrictions are lifted. The situation has gone unchecked for far too long, and without immediate active intervention will further devolve. We want people to come to the park and enjoy it in a safe way. Here's what we've already tried. We've used Nextdoor. We've worked with the high schools around here, the park police, the adjacent church. We've tried to talk with the individuals. We've partnered with community connections and violence prevention staff, but they can only be there at the moment a few hours a week. They've tried hiring somebody to, quote, engage the youth, but what we really need is someone there to supervise and enforce common good rules and laws. We want the hoops locked at 9. We've worked with the neighborhood association, our city council member, and tried to activate the corner in a more positive way. And we've connected neighbors on the block, Chowan Avenue, facing the court, to call police if they see anything suspicious. We are escalating this to the board because none of these efforts have made a positive impact, and the situation is getting worse. The entire community is being bullied by these individuals. Part of the underlying problem is that for the second summer in a row, Pershing Rec Center has been shuttered with no director and no on-site staff to supervise the youth. This is untenable and unfair to the whole community, as well as the other communities. Immediately, we're asking that you provide the Community Connections Department with dedicated resources to be at Pershing more hours a day, staff the park, especially in the evenings, with someone who will supervise the issues, provide additional resources to park police, and provide additional programming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. We have 2 write-in comments. The first is from Judy Wainia from Kenny Park Preschool. I'll ask the secretary to read her write-in comment.
It's my understanding that Kenny Park will not be open for preschool. Going to Fuller Park and having preschool in the afternoon is not convenient for people who live in the Armitage and Kenny neighborhoods. Afternoon preschool interrupts the nap time. Most preschoolers do still need naps, so they are tired when they go to school. It would be nice to have a park in our neighborhood open because there are many children in this neighborhood. I'm a grandmother who watches her 4 toddler grandchildren have a having a school closer and in the morning would help out. I have lived here for 39 years and all 4 of my children went to Armitage Park Preschool program. I hope you will consider bringing the program back to our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Judy. Our last write-in comment is from the League of Women Voters.
To the members of the Standards and Conduct Committee, thank you to Chair Chris Meyer for calling a meeting this evening to discuss rules by which the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board operates. The League of Women Voters of Minneapolis has noted before our concerns about absenteeism and the inappropriate use of abstentions in voting. We noted such in a published letter to the editor of the Star Tribune last fall. Since then, the same patterns continue. Several members abstain, and with some regularity, and have missed meetings, including recent committee of the whole meetings when the 2022 budget was under discussion. We believe it is imperative that attendance and voting be obligatory to the extent possible. On another matter, our committee that has been observing park board meetings now for well over 2 years has noted that the agenda item for reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, and committees that follows the superintendent's report is usually skipped over. This is an opportunity to share ideas and opportunities for collaboration and coordination. We hope that in the future this agenda item will be included, even though we recognize that meetings are often lengthy. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. I'm going to go one more time back to the Imam. Is Imam Dimajad on the line?
They are not.
Okay. In that case, I will close the open time and move back now to our reports of officers. Commissioner Hassan, did you have your hand raised?
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner.
Well, yes, I would like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules for the purpose of amending the agenda to include an action item directing the president and staff to prepare a resolution outlining the framework for an encouragement permit on St. Anthony Parkway to accommodate the safe access needs of parks visitors, picking up and dropping off park visitors at park amenities, adjustment to the Salam Mosque located on Central Avenue and St. Anthony Parkway, and have that resolution presented at our
Commissioner Hassan, the motion is out of order.
Second.
Understood. The motion is out of order.
Point of order. Point of order, Commissioner Coghill.
We're going into reports of officers. The motion is out of order, and that's the ruling.
I would appeal the ruling of the chair. Commissioner Hassan obtained the floor. You gave him the floor. He made a motion. And that motion has received multiple seconds. It requires one.
Commissioner Bourne, I asked if Commissioner Hassan had a point of order. The motion is out of order.
That's not what I heard. I thought he said he was raising, he rose to make a motion.
Commissioner Bourne, you're also out of order.
I'm appealing the rule of the chair. That requires a second from anybody to take a vote on it.
Superintendent Bangora, please go ahead with your report.
Thank you, President Coghill and commissioners.
Motion on the agenda. It's motion on the floor.
Commissioner Hassan, there is not a motion on the floor. The
I again would
superintendent,
like to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Commissioner Bourne, there was no motion to do so.
I second Commissioner Bond's.
Commissioner Bourne, you've not been recognized.
You don't need to be recognized to appeal the ruling of a chair on a ruling for out of order. Otherwise, the president is a dictator. I've appealed the ruling of the chair.
Parliamentary inquiry.
President, just say for the record that you're not interested in bringing this on the agenda, and that's it.
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Musich.
So Commissioner Musich can go ahead with her
can
point of
you
inquiry, but I
please-
can't go ahead with my appealing the ruling of the chair.
Parliamentarian Rice,
Can we just get this in order?
Please indicate whether or not we need to take a vote on the appealing the ruling of the chair at this time?
Council Rice, go ahead. Parliamentarian Rice.
Mr. President, Commissioner Musich, this is an unusual situation. I believe that the president's position is that he recognized Commissioner Hassan for one matter, and then Commissioner Hassan made a motion, and the president has ruled in essence that he was out of order, and Commissioner Bourne has now appealed that ruling. I think it would be appropriate to the Commissioner Bourne's motion to challenge the ruling of the chair as in order.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Rice. President.
Thank you. There has been a
Take a
second.
vote at this time. That would be great. Thank you.
There has been a motion and a second to appeal the ruling of the chair, and I will ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
No.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita,
No.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 4 ayes, 5 nays.
That does not carry. I'd like to ask the superintendent to move forward with his report.
Thank you, President Cogill and commissioners. So ice arenas continue to book ice for the spring for youth hockey programs. The rink has been busy with figure skating programs and is continually updating COVID protocols to ensure a safe environment for staff and participants. In aquatics, preview weekend, May 29th to 31st, saw cooler weather on Saturday and Sunday, and a nicer day on Monday. Nearly 2,500 people used the guarded pools and beaches over the weekend. Aquatics continues to host lifeguard training sessions and is hoping to hire a few more lifeguards throughout the season. Adult athletics. Adult sports has seen participation numbers continue to grow, and our new grass volleyball leagues have been very popular as an alternative to sand volleyball, which has an extensive waiting list for teams. Registration continues for our new 8-week summer softball season and summer soccer programs. In golf finished May over 23,000 rounds ahead of the 2020 pace. Weather has been good and the courses have been consistently busy. Patron card sales are up 50% from 2020, and leagues at all courses have filled for the season. Special shout out to golf maintenance staff for outstanding care of our courses. And I've been on tour with Director Humphrey, and the courses are in fantastic shape, and I'm incredibly proud of the staff and the work they have done. Our courses are looking really good, probably the best I've seen in 5 years. I think also Director Humphrey would attest to that. So thank you very much for these wonderful courses that we are stewards of. Youth sports, citywide gymnastics meet. The youth gymnastics season concluded with the citywide meet taking place on Saturday, May 22nd at North Star Gym. The girls that competed received flowers and a button for participation. Congratulations to these wonderful young ladies in there in the gymnastics program. Youth track. We had our first youth track meet of the season on Thursday, May 20th. There were about 200 youth that participated. Meets are on Thursdays at Roosevelt High School. Rec Plus and Inclusion. Inclusion at Longfellow Park offered a fun and successful youth adaptive yoga program led by a certified yoga instructor. Youth with disabilities learned various yoga poses and incorporated fun games into each week's lesson. The program was able to be offered for free through the Walt Dietzig grant funds. It will be offered again this summer starting June 15th at Longfellow Park. The adaptive class is for youth 17 and under. Recreation centers, Wyndham Northeast. This week, Wyndham Park returned to its very popular outdoor adult Zumba program. Program takes place Tuesday evenings and will remain outdoors, weather dependent, throughout the fall. Stewart Park held a Special Olympics hoop group program. Also at Stewart, the kids started growing plants inside in an arts and crafts greenhouse. The plants are doing very well and now ready to be put into the ground. A community member who volunteered with this Youth Line program donated materials, dirt for plants, and built them more space. Pearl Park. I think there was a picture of that's there somewhere. Pearl Park. This is a note recognizing Vance Anderson, who teaches outdoor explorers at Pearl Park. I'll quickly go through this. My son has taken several classes run by Vance and hopes to take more. Vance always presents a cheerful, well-spoken, and as a good listener. My son enjoys him because he does not get frustrated with the kids. He is patient, has endless energy, is fun with good stories, and willing to be flexible and play ideas that the children may have. Just a great guy. At pickup time, I asked my son, how did the class go? Did he have fun? He will groan in reply with a big smile on his face, how tired he is, and then chuckling and says, as he complains, how Vance always goes easy on the younger kids. And then my son will continue on how Vance keeps him and the kids motivated and moving. This sounds like a huge success for a high energy boy. I hope to keep signing my son up for classes run by Vance because he is a good influencer for my boy. Zinda Pakolich. So thank you very much for that. I know it took a little bit of time, but it's always good to recognize the wonderful work that we do at our parks and these young people that help and do the work. So thank you. Sibley Park. It was a beautiful day to have the seniors join us for social hour on May 20th. 10 seniors came out to Sibley to catch up and go back to a normal lifestyle. 7 seniors signed up for the take-home lunches, and the seniors were excited to see their friends and to be able to have a conversation in person. Next month, Sibley is planning to have a grill out with all the fixings. Wonderful to see that. Martin Luther King Jr. Park. Even with the cooler weather, youth are able to catch some nice fish at Benamacoska through the Fish and Bike program. They also had a nice 5-mile ride to the lake. It's fantastic. MIA and NPRB will have a collaboration this summer called Artist in Residence in Minneapolis Parks 2021. The Artist in Residence program will run from June 14th through August 7th, 2021. This collaboration promotes creativity and creative healing space in Minneapolis parks. We are honored and proud to collaborate with such talented local artists as leads of this program. Fall 2021 activities are now available for customers to view online. So of course, visit the Minneapolis Parks website and get registered. Forestry. Forestry crews are routinely challenged with safely removing very large trees in an urban setting. This work is quite dangerous, especially considering that homes and businesses, etc., are usually in the path of removal. A dead cottonwood tree at Pioneers and Soldiers Memorial Cemetery proved particularly challenging due to proximity of nearby headstones and the deteriorating conditions of the tree. The forestry crew discussed how to best proceed with the removal. The tree was removed and everything went smoothly as planned. Thank you to all of our forestry crews for their hard work. And that is absolutely skill. Environmental management, free family canoe nights. Starting June 10th, more than 30 free drop-in family canoe nights are being offered by environmental education staff at Powderhorn Lake, Loring Pond, and Cedar Lake. All programs run from 5 to 7 o'clock p.m. each week. Families can join in naturalists to receiving paddling and safety instructions to explore the lake by canoe for free. Let's see here. Life jackets are provided and required. Free onshore water quality education programs will also be offered at the same time and location. In addition to these weekly drop-in options, there are free registration-based options at Diamond Lake in June and some $4 registration-based sessions at Lake Nokomis in July. The Worth Beach Nature Exploration Station launched today for the 2021 season. The Nature Exploration Station is staffed by naturalists from the Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden and is available from 10 o'clock a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. on Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays from June 2nd through August 29th. Staff create a variety of science and nature-based activities for hands-on learning all summer long. The purpose of the exploration stations is twofold: to provide opportunities for visitors to explore the natural world at the beach and learn more science along the way, and to share information about the wonders of the Wildflower Garden with Worth Beach visitors. This program is supported by the Walt Dietzig Innovation Program Funds, another great Walt Dietzig fund, and when it was debuted in 2019, a little bit of spelling there, staff engaged with more than 1,600 youth and adults at Worth Beach. Lots of learning, creative expression, smiles, and aha moments happened in 2019, and staff look forward to seeing the sparks fly again this season. Let's see here. Asset management, Memorial Day remembrance. This past weekend on Victory Memorial Drive, asset management crews spent about 4 hours preparing and placing almost 500 flags, providing a place to visit and remember those who have fallen in service to our country. This is a highly visited NPRB location and tradition of remembrance during the Memorial Day weekend. One of our crew leaders, Damon Kelly, was interviewed about this display by the local CBS station, and the video can be found on the link that you see on the screen. That's just fantastic. So thank you so much to Damon Kelly and all those who placed the flags out there in remembrance of our Memorial Day weekend. So thank you. Mowing. The NPRB mowing teams led by Dave Bergstrom have been hard at work getting our NPRB lawns ready for summer. The last 2 weeks have been challenging to the team because of the amount of rain we have received. The rain slows down the ability for our crews to cover as much ground as they typically would. Within the last week, mobile equipment operators worked overtime to prepare our parks for Memorial Day weekend celebrations. In a typical spring-summer season, we have a full complement of seasonal MEOs to ensure that we stay on schedule with mowing. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19 and other considerations, we have only been able to fill 7 of the 20 budgeted seasonal MEO openings with an additional shortage of 2 full-time openings. And I will talk about that in a moment here in an update. Pools. The Memorial Day weekend was the first weekend that NPRB wading pools were open. As anticipated, many of our pools were plugged from not being in use during COVID-19 restrictions in 2020. NPRB plumbers, along with asset management staff, worked hard to make necessary repairs to be ready. The next wave of pools that will be open on June 12th after MPS school is out. Please make sure to look at our website for the most up-to-date information on pool openings. Planning, Cedar Riverside Recreation Center pre-design project. The Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board announces updates to 2 important events related to the Cedar Riverside Recreation Center pre-design project. New informational open house at Curry Park on Friday, June 11th from 3 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Drop by at any time between 3 and 5. There is no scheduled presentation. Get current information on the pre-designed project and its revised draft project or report. Everyone is invited and welcome. All COVID procedures will be in place as required. So next steps, the draft pre-designed report for the project will be considered for approval by both the NPRB's Planning Committee and the full Board of Commissioners. Once the report is approved, NPRB staff will begin the efforts to secure funding for the design and construction of the new recreation center. Construction begins next week on the new playground at Armitage Park. The play areas will be closed during construction, which is expected to last about 6 to 7 weeks. Nearby playgrounds include the Washburn Avenue tot lot at 5809 Washburn Avenue South, and the Kenny Park at 1328 West 58th Street. The new playground will include new surfacing in areas designed for universal accessibility. In addition to meeting minimum accessibility requirements, these areas can be accessed, understood, enjoyed, and used with the greatest extent possible by all children, regardless of size, ability, or disability. New swings include an ADA accessible model, a belt swing, and 2 infant swings, and a tire swing. Construction begins next week on the new playground at Linden Hills Park. Play areas will be closed during construction, which is expected to last about a month. Nearby playgrounds available during this time are at Lake Harriet Park, Beard's Plaisance, and Pershing Field Park. The new playgrounds will feature natural themed equipment with imaginative and cooperative play highlighted in the area for 2 to 5-year-olds and circuit play in the area for 5 to 12-year-olds. In addition, drain tile will be installed for important drainage improvements. So save the state, celebrate new improvements at Curry Park. Everyone is invited to join the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and Cedar Riverside neighbors at Curry Park on Tuesday, June 8th at 11 o'clock a.m. for a ribbon cutting ceremony to celebrate the completion of improvements. Featured speakers include myself, President Cogill, and Hennepin County Commissioner Angela Connolly. Please note, the park's new splash pad and restroom buildings are also scheduled to open next week, pending a final inspection. So fantastic news. Now we have a lot of openings, but this is really exciting too. So Curry Park, new improvements. Fantastic. Next slide, please. I want to give a quick update here. A few things I want to share with the board. What you see before you is a seasonal staff hiring chart. And to give context of how difficult it's been for us to fill a lot of positions. This is not about, the park board's not moving fast enough. We're really challenged as a lot of businesses and agencies and across the country with filling positions. What you see before you is basically each area, whether it's seasonal park maintenance worker, seasonal equipment operator, lifeguards, all the way down to the overall recreation centers, including recreation programs, supervision, camp counselors, and outdoor supervision. And I won't go through each one, but if it gives context to this board and to the community, the challenges we're facing in hiring. Some of the areas that we're really challenged, of course, as we know, are lifeguards. If you look at that, we have 160 vacancies. 68 have been hired, 4 in process. So right now with total hires in process, we have 72. We're at a 45% fill rate for those jobs, for those positions, which ties our hands in how many beaches, how many places we can open. And that's in the same context for our programs, regardless of where we're looking. If you look at operations in the same context, even pop-up parks. We've had 6 vacancies we filled, or 1 that's in process. That's another example. If we look at our park aquatics instructors. But I wanted just to share this with you all so that you can see really where we are currently. HR has been working tirelessly. We have been recruiting tirelessly to get people hired within our park system. And again, this is not unique to Minneapolis Park and Recreation. It is being experienced throughout the city and park agencies across the country and also within the state. So some of the things that we're doing in advertising and sources for job openings, we have been putting newspaper advertisements in multicultural local newspapers. And that was from late February to mid-March. We flooded that. We have online job advertisements in Indeed.com, Minneapolis Diversity.com, MinnesotaWorks.net, GovernmentJobs.com, League of Minnesota Cities. So we're doing a lot of advertising out there, as I'm sure everybody is. We are flooding the social media, NPRB Facebook and LinkedIn pages. We have the internal resources, Gov Delivery, flyers posted at rec centers, rec center kiosks, marquee signs. We are doing a lot of radio advertisement in multicultural radio stations this week and next. And so we encourage for folks how to apply, of course. Go to www.minneapolisparks.org/jobs/. The jobs, we pay well, and it's a great organization to work for. So anyone listening out there, please, we are looking for talented, wonderful people to join our organization. We do incredible fun work during the summer. So please go to our website and reach out to us anytime. And we look forward to hearing from you and the jobs that are open during the season, during the summer. So we look forward to hearing from you. That was my sales pitch. We want to talk about real quickly, next slide, please. Vaccination information. This is just an overview. Employees. The EEOC has opined that employers can require employees to be vaccinated, provided there are exceptions for disability or if the person has sincerely held religious beliefs and religious beliefs against vaccinations. Also, there is a currently pending lawsuit asserting that an employer cannot require a vaccine when the vaccine is only approved for emergency use. All of the current COVID-19 vaccinations are only approved for emergency use. Most employers are not requiring COVID-19 vaccines, but rather are encouraging them. So for patrons, currently, we have not found anything either allowing or disallowing required COVID-19 vaccinations for patrons. Aside from Rec Plus, the NPRB doesn't require proof of vaccination for other conditions. Next slide, please. So our current NPRB approach, we're not currently mandating COVID-19 vaccinations for employees or patrons. We're watching to see if vaccinations is mandated for all residents by state or other jurisdictions. And we also reconsider if vaccinations becomes mandated by other park and recreation providers. Next slide, please. A quick update on restroom and drinking fountain update. So restrooms are open with the following exceptions. Restrooms at school locations with pool facilities are not open. They will be opened with the pools after the last day of school. We also have a few sites where we are working through some repair issues, as we always face. So we're working through those. A few sites have issues with staff availability for nightly lockups. These sites will be opened as staffing levels allow, and most currently have BIFs available at those sites. All restrooms will be open for the season. I repeat, all restrooms will be open for the season. We have created an online map that will go live this weekend and will be updated as necessary to keep it current. Drinking fountains. We have been focused on pools and restrooms and started opening drinking fountains last Friday. We will be opening all drinking fountains and we'll be adding signage recommending that they only be used to fill bottles. We are currently about 5 to 10% open. So we are working through those. And with that, President Cogill and Commissioners, thank you for your time. I appreciate that. I know it's a lot of information, but I'm always very excited to share the great work we do in this organization and very appreciative of the staff and the volunteers. And we should be proud of what we accomplish and what we do every day. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there questions from commissioners regarding the superintendent's report? Commissioner Bourne.
I have a question of officers. We're under the reports of officers part of the agenda.
Commissioner Bourne,
when would be an appropriate time to ask that?
At this time, we are entertaining questions to the superintendent regarding his report, and I would note that you are not turning on your camera, which is a requirement, and we're asking you again to
working.
do that.
I think it's working right now, but we are in the agenda under reports of officers. I have a question of an officer of the board. I am asking you when would be an appropriate time to ask that question. I understand it's not right now because the superintendent is taking questions. May I ask that question after the superintendent's questions are done, before we move away from reports of officers?
No, you may not. You can
When
take any
would there be-
questions.
So officers
You could do that at the
don't
next
receive-
board meeting.
Officers don't receive questions under reports of officers.
We have one report, and that is the report of the superintendent.
My question is regarding why there is not a report from a particular officer.
Never has been.
Commissioner Bourne, I
So
don't have
we're not-
any more answer for you than what I just said.
Okay, so just to clarify, officers aren't taking questions under reports of officers. I think I understand.
Commissioner Severson.
So I have a question. I hear quite often that we're having issues with recruitment for summer seasonal staff. One of my frustrations is, as you folks know, and at times I'm often criticized for being an MPS employee and being on this board, but quite a few of my colleagues, ESPs, EAs, known as special ed assistants, deans, associate educators, along with others, have we reached out to their union president and said, hey, look, we need to get folks in there? Or have we reached out to school board members and said, hey, we know there's not school in the summertime. How do we get some of your teachers, our SEAs, EAs, to fill some of these summer jobs? Have we done any of this, Superintendent Bangor?
Commissioner Severson and President Cogill, I will defer that to either Director Brooks or Assistant Superintendent Cox. I know we reach out to everyone that will accept the jobs. Let me pass that to them and see if I can get a specific answer to your question.
Thank you, Superintendent. Commissioner Severson, we have done a variety of things. One of them is we have contacted every single referral that has been forwarded to us by anyone who will hear our call. We additionally have talked to both Superintendent Graff and not Chief DeVette anymore. I'm sorry, their new titles escapes me, but we've had conversations with them, asking them to share our vacancies with EAs and all of the other support staff in the district who are looking for summer work. That was just a couple of weeks ago. It has not, to this point, resulted in any applications that I'm aware of, but I encourage anyone who is listening to please share that information. We would love to welcome some of those staff into our parks for a variety of reasons. One, they know a good number of the kids, and they too are looking for summer work. So,
quite a few of the support staff, particularly at North High School, have expressed interest in working, wanting hours for the past 3 to 6 months, and there was nothing available to them. I know that people are scrambling for jobs in the summertime. And the one thing that frustrates me is hearing people say, well, no one wants to work because they're collecting unemployment. Well, people that are working are not necessarily collecting unemployment and working at the same time. So they are looking for summer work. I hope that in the future, we treat our unions as partners as opposed to adversaries, and reach out to union leadership and say, hey, let's work together. How do we keep everybody working? I think that's a great idea. My other question is, my dad is a retired Teamster as of about 3 Fridays ago. It's only been 3 weeks and this man has already lost his mind. I mean, the garage is organized, the basement is organized. His tool set, he probably knows every tool I've taken out of his garage at this point. and he's bored and he is looking for work, believe it or not. He doesn't know anything about this. So again, I asked him, hey, would you mow grass? Sure. You know, so what I'm saying is, I hope in the future that we reach out to 363 and the Teamsters and say, hey, we have all these openings. Any of your guys interested? And I'm not just talking about the guys that are currently working, but the retired folks. I know that they stay up with each other, and I think it's a great opportunity to recruit those type of folks. So in the future, I hope that you guys reach out to the retired folks at 363, the Teamsters, ESPs, the Teachers Union, or anyone else that I'm forgetting to help fill some of these positions. Superintendent Bangor, are you having any issues staffing golf this year?
If you go back to the report, I think, can you go back to report real quickly, Jennifer? Secretary Ringgold, I believe. I think golf was looking pretty good. Yeah, if you look right here, 146 vacancies, 129 hires, 4 in process. We're at about a 91% fill right now, Commissioner Severson, President Cogill.
So, I mean, golf seems to be like spinning on all wheels right now, right? So I hope that this board, again, and I am going to hammer it home every time I get the opportunity, looks at golf and treats it as an asset, but not only this board, also our staff. I mean, how many times have we heard golf is dead or golf is dying? And maybe this administration wasn't so out front with it as the previous ones are. This is going to earn us money to help support our enterprise funds, which should turn around and support our organization. So I hope the approach moving forward is, how do we make our courses better and more readily available to our community and accessible, and continue to try to make these things successful, and we look at them as assets instead of liabilities. So like I said, I'm open to having that conversation with anybody, and I appreciate my few minutes to speak. President Cogill, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I was pleased with the news regarding drinking fountains and bathroom openings. I would appreciate it if we sent out a follow-up communication by GovDelivery, delivery, because there was a previous email that went out. And I still get confused contacts from runners wondering why some of the fountains are off and some aren't. And part of it is just standard things. Part of it was because some of the fountains just had the bottle fill up turned on, but not the fountain part. So if we can just explain that to the public and clarify where things are now, I would appreciate it. And then regarding the vaccines, I hope that you don't wait a long time to find out what other jurisdictions decide to do, because all those other jurisdictions might be waiting for everyone else to act. And I feel like we could probably have our biggest impact by taking the lead. So if it is within our legal authority to require vaccines as a condition of employment with the stated exceptions that were in the presentation, then I believe that we should pursue that. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner French.
Yes, I just have a question for
Commissioner
Superintendent.
French, could you turn on your camera?
I can't. It won't allow me. I'm in a position. I'm using my phone and it just won't work. So, I have a question for Superintendent Bangor about the water fountains. Is there some type of algorithm or some type of method to which water fountains are open first and which bathrooms are open first? Because I took a walk down Padema-Kostka the other day, and the water fountains seem to be on. The bathrooms are working. I was at Whittier Park yesterday, and there happened to be about 100 people in that park. It's a very small park. There are no bathrooms open. There is no water fountain on, and I'm just trying to figure out what criteria are we using to figure out which bathrooms need to be open and which water fountains need to be on, because yeah, there was a ton of people in the park yesterday, and I'm just trying to figure out where they're going to the bathroom at.
Commissioner French and President Cogill, I'm going to ask at this time Assistant Superintendent Barrick to give you some information behind that. So, Superintendent Barrick, can you answer that question and your process that we're going through currently for our drinking fountains?
Sure, President Cogill, Commissioner French. We have to, there are about 465 water turn-ons, and we have 6 FTE plumbers. Currently we're down 1, so we have 5 folks in. And then when you factor in vacation sick, we don't have 5 people working every day. So the triage or the approach we take on opening these is we start with where there's programming, and we try to get those things open. What ends up happening, and we prioritize pools, of course, so we could get the Memorial Day. And when you have 2 winters of wear, essentially, that we're hitting this spring, because last year we didn't have to turn everything on with COVID, we find things, and then you have to fix things in order to get them open. So what you're seeing, you'll see some delays, and that's the delays we're seeing. As far as the Whittier, I'd have to look into that one specifically. I don't know if that's a part or a replacement concern that's delayed it there. But again, what we've done is we've gone through, we've prioritized the pool turn-ons. As we've started to turn on the drinking fountains, we prioritize where there's programming. Initially, we prioritized Rec Plus sites inside with bubblers or the bottle fillers. And so those are, where you could put the bottle up to the thing. The bubblers we just started turning on a couple weeks ago. And again, balancing the priority of if there's a pool that we need to get open and there's infrastructure issues there, that takes up time while they're trying to fix that and get the pool open. That means they're not out turning on drinking fountains. And so we are behind more than we want to be, but that is what we're facing.
And the bathrooms, like I literally there's 100 people in the park, and I'm just is there some type of matrix that's used to figure out equitably which parks are serviced first as far as water fountains and bathrooms? Like is it, because there was a lot of brown faces last night that I seen at Whittier, and there's a lot of white faces I seen at Bede-Makaska, and it seemed the services that needed to be there were at Bede-Makaska, but weren't at Whittier. And I'm just trying to figure out, are we taking that into consideration when we're opening up our parks? Are we taking that into consideration when we're figuring out which water fountains to turn on?
President Cogill, Commissioner French. We don't have a written down defined matrix. We do certainly take use and equity into account as we turn things on. Again, on the bathrooms, specifically on the bathrooms, I'd have to look into Whittier what the situation is. But we do have some challenges with the bathrooms. So right now, opening and closing bathrooms. Bathrooms are open 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Maintenance staff is limited by contract to the number of people we can have working a modified work week. So in order to lock up our bathrooms at night, we use a combination of maintenance staff, recreation staff, and even parks police. And so I experienced it myself last night at Hiawatha School Park, where the bathroom was locked up early because that's when the staff leave early. So it's a challenge for us to lock up all of the bathroom facilities, given our staffing and the constraints within staffing. So we're working on that. Recreation and asset management have been working together to come up with a plan, going through a list of all of the bathroom facilities. We have 49 rec center bathrooms, and then we have outbuilding bathrooms as well, and then working with police to which ones can they cover, which ones can our crew leaders cover, and then again, if we have a crew leader that's out, how do we get that coverage? Sometimes we call people in on overtime, sometimes we bridge with the staff that we have. So I can look into the specifics of Whittier, but that may be what happened last night is the bathroom may have been locked up early, or maybe it wasn't opened.
Well, the bathrooms weren't open at all, as I can ascertain from folks who come to the park every day, and it's utilized a lot. There's no programming going on right now except for the handing out of food by one of the front desk folks over there. So, and the bathrooms stay closed. And I asked her why, and she said that's just the protocol right now. And I'm just trying to figure out if we're opening back up, and it seems like we're opening back up, and people are really starting to gravitate towards our parks and our rec centers because it's always been a place for folks to go to. If the services aren't there that the people are, have normally, come to expect when they're coming to our parks, especially in the communities where they're used a lot more, like our Black and Brown communities and our West African, our East African communities. I really would like to have a vested effort into making sure that these communities aren't being the last persons for the water to be turned on or the bathrooms to be opened up. I want to make sure everybody's feeling the for lack of a better word, pain on this. So, yeah.
President Colgill, Commissioner French, can I just interject real quickly? My apologies.
Sure.
I just want to make sure. Whittier is a school park complex and also is a restroom. As I showed in this particular restroom and drinking fountain updates, restrooms at school locations with pool facilities are not open at this time. They will be open with the pools after the last day of school. We do that, and so that is why Whittier is particularly where it is right now. So it will be open. The reason why it's not open at this particular site, or why Whittier is not open, even though there's activity there, is because school park complexes, we open when school gets out. During school time, we don't open it while school is in place until school is out, and that's at all locations. So when you're asking in particular about where there's the matrix or data, that's the reason why, based on what we do within our school park complexes with wading pools. There's safety reasons why we do that. We will open Whittier as soon as school is out. It will be open fully, but there was no intentionality for it other than the fact that it's a school park complex and it's a pool. So it wasn't about disparity in particular areas, but just wanted to share that with you, Commissioner French.
The water fountains. That's puzzling to me, and I'm trying to figure out what the rationale behind that is. Is that just something that we've always done and we've never looked about doing it differently? I'm just curious.
President Colgan, Commissioner French, I did not hear, I'm not sure if anybody else did, the first part of your question.
I don't know. I'm just trying to, I think I forgot what the question was.
It was about water fountains. I'm sorry. It's about water fountains, Commissioner French. You're asking about
drinking
fountains.
I just want to make sure that Black and Brown communities aren't the ones. Oh, I know what I was about to say. I was asking, what's the rationale behind not opening up the bathrooms and the water fountain? I understand not opening up the pool because it causes a problem when you got a school. But what about the bathrooms? What kind of problems are the bathrooms causing at school is open? Why do we make that decision or determination not to open up the bathrooms while school is open? Hello?
Superintendent, can you answer that question for Commissioner French?
I think Assistant Superintendent Barrick was jumping in there. Did I?
Okay.
Yeah, President Colgill, Commissioner French. So I'd have, again, if there's no programming at the site, if there was no programming at Whittier, we wouldn't have prioritized that building. We prioritized the buildings with programming. And I appreciate the superintendent clarifying the pool being a school site. Sorry, I missed that. So we have to prioritize, again, with 4 or 5 plumbers doing the work and 465 things to turn on, and you never know if it's going to be a simple turn on or if it's going to be a turn on and then an investigation to figure out what's wrong and then a repair. That's it. I wish we could send a crew around and they would turn everything on and it would be done in a week, but I think our best year was before COVID, and I think we turned everything on in 3 weeks. Again, with COVID, we didn't turn everything on, so we've got 2 winters of wear that we're finding as we go around this year.
Superintendent, may I add to that?
Go ahead, Assistant Superintendent Cox.
Sorry, might be
Thank you, President Kogel. Commissioner French, one of the other reasons why we delay school park complexes to when school is out is protection for young people. So if you can imagine what would happen if you had a bunch of adults wander onto a traditional school playground during school time, that would cause a little discomfort and fear, quite frankly, for the little people to have these adults that they're not familiar with. And so during the school year, during school time, we try to limit the amount of bodies that kind of end up on their playground, because at most of the schools, the playground that exists is the playground that they use during the school time. That may not be universally true, but this is an additional safety measure that we try to provide, particularly for elementary kids.
I understand that, but the time I'm talking about is when school's over with, after 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening. Like I was there at 7 o'clock last night. There are 100 people. School is clearly out, and there's no bathrooms open. I just want to know why we can't reevaluate how we open up our bathrooms, especially when we know we don't want people using the pool. We don't want other folks, venturing onto our school grounds during school time. But after school, right now, when I see tons of folks sitting in our parks, and there may not be any program, but people have a tendency to program themselves. People have a tendency to come out and eat lunch or dinner or whatever in our parks. And there's no facilities. There's tons of apartment buildings around Whittier. And that's the only green space a lot of folks have. And it would be a shame for folks to have to go all the way back home to use the bathroom facilities and not enjoy our parks like folks who live around Dave McCosker can. So I just want people to just reevaluate the way we do it. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying what I seen yesterday compared to what I seen at Dave McCosker was completely different. And I just want it to be equal as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner French.
I did one more comment about the folks who the lack of jobs, lack of being able to hire candidates for a certain job. There's 1,700 members of MFT ESP branch. None of those folks are allowed to collect unemployment benefits because of state law. So none of those folks are collecting unemployment benefits, and they would love to have jobs. There's tons of them. And if whatever we need to do, I can act as a go-between to whatever I need to do. But there's tons of folks who want jobs right now, tons. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. And hopefully staff notes Commissioner French's points there. Our next speaker here is Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Kogel. I think Commissioner Musich was first. But I'll
go ahead, Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you. Superintendent Bangora, with the preparation for the agendas for every park board meeting, the staff first sends you draft agendas, you approve them, you send them to the board president, he and committee chairs, and they finalize them, correct?
Correct.
So it's your prerogative to add items to the agenda that staff believe are worthy of the Board of Commissioners' time?
Yes.
Okay, so I do have a question for you, and I'm trying to help a group of folks along with Commissioner Hassan who are trying to navigate a complex governance system and are getting some pretty inconsistent answers from the Board of Commissioners. We see an item coming forward tonight from the U of M that's substantially similar to the request that they've been asking for years, with a staff recommendation to bring that to the board immediately. So Superintendent, this board hasn't given clear direction one way or the other on helping park users safely access park space around Central Avenue and St. Anthony Parkway adjacent to the Salam Mosque that is similar to that I think would have been addressed under Commissioner Hassan's resolution. Superintendent, can you commit as superintendent to putting that on a draft resolution, on a draft agenda to bring forward to President Cogill for approval for the next board meeting? And I'm sure Commissioner Hassan or myself or other commissioners would help you work on it, but just the community deserves some answers on this. And I think after watching tonight and the agenda that was posted with the U of M item, again, substantially similar, the Salam Mosque doesn't have quite the political capital and privilege that the U of M Board of Regents have to kind of bum rush and encroachment through the park board. So I'm wondering, Superintendent, can you commit through your authority to put things on the draft agenda to send to President Cogill for approval, to just help get this item moved towards resolution one way or the other in time for our next board meeting?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, I don't know how to answer that question at this point. I take direction from the board, and in particular, in drafting agenda items. I don't know how to answer that question at this point. If I'm given direction and this board so wants me to do that, I can work with commissioners to bring forward a resolution.
Superintendent, just briefly, I'm just trying to reconcile that with that item that came forward from the U of M. I don't recall the board giving you or planning staff direction to put forward an encroachment permit for the U of M or any other or many other encroachment permits for that matter. Staff get approached by community members seeking encroachments. Right. They evaluate them, they bring them to you, approve them, put them on the agenda, or you direct them to do so.
Commissioner Bourne, President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, if brought forward by staff to bring forward, then we do look at that. Of course, I do look at that and push it forward. But I also work with the board directly to make sure those items are coming forward. So yes, I'm more than willing to work with the board and what comes forward from staff is a directive to bring forward to the board in an agenda item.
But on this particular item, just to clarify, because I just want to make sure that these folks know how to navigate this complicated system. You will not give direction to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder tomorrow or anytime without you first receiving board direction to work with these folks, get the framework of an encroachment set up that could be tolerable to the board, and increase safe access to park amenities along St. Anthony Parkway adjacent to Salam Mosque. You will not use your authority to give that directive unless you are first directed to do so by the Board of Commissioners. And the Board of Commissioners seems to kind of be dancing around that. You don't need to comment on the dancing around part, but you will not give Assistant Superintendent Schroeder authority to start crafting a resolution and a solution unless you first receive a resolution, a direction from the board in the form of a resolution telling you to do so. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's where my President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, that's my understanding at this point, yes.
Okay. So Superintendent, I would encourage you to continue to work with the president to bring something forward. Superintendent, can you at least commit to asking the president if he is willing to put that on the agenda, because it's the president's authority to set the agenda? Would you at least ask him to do that after this meeting?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, I always do follow through with those questions, correct?
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. And if you could just you could just follow up with me privately on what he says. But I really like, we are treating these folks unfair and we are treating these folks differently. I think I don't think it's intentional from anybody on staff, but that's the result that they're seeing. And the board is just consistently or inconsistently hiding behind some processes here. I mean, we just saw four board members vote to bum rush and encroachment through to the full board tonight, while the majority did not. Those same commissioners would not vote to.
Commissioner Warren, This is this is not an opportunity for you to use a soapbox and incorrectly state voting totals on a variety of other votes. This is an opportunity to
I don't
ask
think
questions of the superintendent regarding his report.
I'm done with my question. Thank you, Superintendent. And I look forward to hearing back from you on whether or not the president will work with you to get that item on the agenda for the folks that are trying to navigate a complicated governance system.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Kogel. Am I allowed to use this time to make political commentary on my colleagues as long as I form it in a question format?
Commissioner Musich, if you could ask your questions of the superintendent, that would be appreciated.
So I'd be pulled out of order if I were to behave as my colleague in the 6th just did. Thank you for that confirmation. I appreciate it. So I have a couple of questions. This is Assistant Superintendent Derek. I'm assuming you're the one that's in charge of the restroom map, and I'm wondering if that will include BIFs and temporary restrooms so that folks are able to locate those as well as our physical restrooms within the system.
President Vogel, Commissioner Musich, yes, that is the information we were able to project last year, and I'm assuming we'll be able to do that again this year. We have to get the data from BIFs.
Okay.
And I've been out for the week before here, so I haven't seen the draft map, but when we initially met and discussed, we were going to be reproducing the same map that we did last year.
Fantastic. That was an excellent resource, and I'm sure park visitors will appreciate having that at their fingertips. Will we eventually be producing a map of drinking fountains and their status in a similar fashion on our website?
We do not currently have that planned. It's something we could put in a hopper. I don't know that we would be able to get it done this year.
Okay,
So.
if we could make that an enhancement request for future years, that would be fantastic, because I know a lot of distance runners and folks that are trying to get a lot of miles in on their bikes do appreciate having foreknowledge of where they are and are not able to get water.
Sure.
So we've seen a lot of news reports recently, Superintendent Bangora, Director Brooks, about employees that are hourly and new hires being concerned about getting vaccinated because of sick time that they may not have available to them should they have impacts from the vaccine. So I'm wondering what we're doing to ensure that all of our staff are having barriers that they might have removed for them so that they can get vaccinated if they so choose to do so.
President Cole, Commissioner Meacham, can you repeat the question, please? I lost you for a moment on my,
Okay.
my Wi-Fi lost it and I lost you, so I apologize.
Sure. I'm wondering what we're doing to remove barriers for our hourly employees and new hires that are not yet vaccinated but would like to get vaccinated and may have concerns about missing work due to effects of the vaccine. What are we doing to ensure that they're going to get vaccinated and that they don't have to worry about not getting their paycheck if they're sick after doing so?
No, thank you for that question, President Cole, Commissioner Musich. Is Director May Brooks on with us?
Yes, Superintendent, I am here.
Did you give an update on what we just have? Yes, thank you very much, Director Brooks. If you can give a quick response to Commissioner Musich, I'd appreciate that.
Commissioner Musich, this is what I would say to you. The superintendent is being very modest. He just released today notice to employees, and it pertains to all employees, not just full-time, that they in fact can work with their supervisor and they can indeed arrange time to go get a shot or to in fact cover the side effects of the shot. So,
that's awesome news.
So he just released that today. It was sent out, so everyone should have knowledge of that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for already addressing my concern before you even knew that I had it.
Commissioner Musich, if I could real quickly just to say this, and thank you, Director Brooks. All employees may be paid regular time for travel time to receive the vaccination at city-sponsored COVID-19 vaccination clinics. And employees may use their available COVID-19 leave, as well as if they miss time from work due to reaction following the receipt of a COVID-19 vaccine. So thank you for, I wanted our HR director to say that, but we did send that out today. We're very, I'm very happy about that and very pleased with that. I did also reach out to, of course, Tony Kelly and folks in our union just to be able to express what we are doing as an organization. So kind of repeating what Director Brooks said, very happy about that.
Well, that's great. Thank you for doing everything you can to help us get to herd immunity here in the city. I appreciate that. My last question is related to hiring as well. And I'm wondering if we need to be considering hiring bonuses or wage increases for the positions that we're currently not attracting enough applicants for. There's a lot of open jobs out there, and we're trying to serve the public as a government entity, and I feel that it's very important for us to fill the positions that we have vacant at this time. So if you could help me understand what steps we're taking to think creatively about how we can fill these positions.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich.
Do I not get an answer to that?
I am seeing if we have a superintendent responding on that.
My apologies, I switched my MiFi on now so I didn't get cut out for my MPRB security thing. So Commissioner Musich, my apologies. You asked a question specifically to hiring and looking at potential wage or pay to, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of putting it together.
Hiring bonuses or wage increases for the positions where we're struggling to get enough candidates to fill our vacancies.
President Coley, Commissioner Musich, I know that first I will say we pay well as an organization, and we actually pay more than some other organizations and job opportunities. I'm not aware of at this point through what we've agreed upon that we're paying more for positions that are coming into the park system, unless I'm completely wrong on that, but I have not seen that come across. But we are competitive in wage, and we do pay more in a lot of the work that we do. I would defer to, if I'm wrong on that, I would defer to Director Brooks or anybody that can give incentive to that. But we are recruiting heavily through all the means that we can. I will go back again to where we talk about MPS. My meeting with Superintendent Graff and with his team to get the message out there for employees to all across our partners, not our competitors, but our partners for job opportunities. We pay well. But I would defer to Director Brooks or to Deputy Superintendent Ringgold if there's anything that I'm missing in that statement as far as extra work that we have been doing.
Commissioner, I believe he's absolutely right. The superintendent is right about the competitive wages. But I believe the last part of your question was regarding, have we considered doing hiring bonuses or any other types of incentives? We actually have had that discussion. What we are currently researching is what is available to us as a government entity, and if in fact that can be done. So yes, we did discuss it in fact for the last 2 days. So we are doing some research on it, and we're trying to see indeed what we can do.
Okay, great.
All
Thank
right.
you for looking into that. I appreciate it. I'm hopeful at our next meeting we'll see some of those percentages ticking up, because I know they provide a very important service to our residents. So thank you. That was all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. Just a couple quick questions. This may be for the superintendent, but it also may apply to Chair Meyer. We've had the final Upper Harbor Terminal CAC meeting, and so I would like an update on what happened like over the time in that CAC. So some type of update on that, particularly from participants. And then the last thing I want to say is, I know that it's been extremely challenging times for our staff. So I appreciate all that you all have done so far with getting water fountains on. I've had several people reach out to me to say thanks for the fountains being on. And having access to BIFs in North Minneapolis in particular. So thank you all so much for what you're continuing to do to push us through the final, hopefully, the final stretch of COVID-19.
President Cogill, Vice President Vital, the question was specific about the Upper Harbor Terminal CAC and getting a report on that. Assistant Superintendent said too fast. Schroeder, do you have any information we can share on the Upper Harbor Terminal CAC meeting?
President Cogill and Commissioner Vita, I'd like to bring it forward, but if it would be all right, could we bring it forward at the next meeting so I can have a more comprehensive and coherent summary for you?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Commissioner Severson for the second time.
Assistant Superintendent Garrett, so I heard you say we have 6 full-time plumbers and one vacancy currently. Is that a good rate for us to be at other than reopening or perhaps closing during the fall season and spring season?
President Cogill, Commissioner Severson. It's a good question. It's really these pinch seasons that we feel it, right? It's and I don't know that we've analyzed kind of the amount of work to see what the staffing level would be. It feels like the right amount of people when it's not water turn on or turn off. And actually turn off, we don't feel the pinch nearly as much because it's easier to turn things off. You turn them off, drain them, and set them up for the winter. It's the spring where, and one of the things we've talked about is there's potential we could bring folks in off the bench from the plumbers union to increase our numbers. We do some of that, but we could probably do more of that. And it's something we'll certainly take a look at for next spring. But yeah, it's this turn on season where it seems to really catch up with us.
That's exactly where I was going. I mean, if I need to advocate to have more staff coming, so that we're not, being inequitable or what maybe appear to be inequitable to some communities, or like I said, let's get some folks in Union Hall. Like, can we be prepared next year to get 10 guys off the bench or 10 gals and have them out there, helping us get these open. So this doesn't arise from vacation. Yeah. Commissioner French has a great point, and it just doesn't look good having one place open, another place closed, no matter how it's rolled out. So I like I said, I would love to advocate if you need more funding for another plumber, or if you need more funding to get these all open as soon as the weather allows. So the last point I wanted to make, I do have some concern from the commissioner from the 1st District. I have my vaccines and I encourage those around me to get their vaccines. But one thing I'm extremely uncomfortable with is making anybody get a vaccine. A personal story, my son, well, he will not get his vaccinations. I have tried over and over and over again to educate him and to try to have him feel some kind of comfort. And he's just not interested. And he reminded me about when the Tuskegee Airmen, the last airmen, visited North High School and had conversations about what that looked like for some of them. So like I said, I just want to be on record that I believe education and encouraging is the right solution. I don't think making people get something is the right idea. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Moving on in the agenda, I will ask for a motion for the consent agenda items, Resolution 2021-224 through through Resolution 2021-226.
So moved.
Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Coghill. I'd like to pull Resolution 2021-226 for discussion.
Resolution 2021-226 has been pulled for discussion. Any discussion on the other two items on the consent agenda? Not seeing any. I'll ask the secretary to first take the roll on the first two items on the consent agenda, and then we will consider 221-226 separately.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Sorry, aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Coghill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. Now consider Resolution 2021-226. It has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Coghill. Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent Barrick, what are plant protection products?
President Coghill, Commissioner Severson, I mean, this is golf, and I believe Assistant Superintendent Cox, but I can help with that answer if she wants me to.
Whoever knows it.
President Coghill, Commissioner, I actually would like to ask Director Humphrey to talk about this contract. He's been preparing it and is probably the most versed in it. Director Humphrey?
Thank you, President Coghill and Commissioner Bourne. So plant protection products can be things that are physical barriers that are put around plants that are sold by these companies. There also are some sprays that we put on plants that keep bugs from eating them as well at the golf course. It's a fairly small amount of this contract. Kind of the background of this resolution is that previously there are 7 or 8 different vendors through this that we had picked products out over the last number of years. This year, just recently, the city of Minneapolis informed us that this would be under bid number 1448, which all had to be considered together. Therefore, it required a board resolution to approve any of the products. This is a product that has already been budgeted for and pretty much purchased, and we have started using it. We just were not informed by the city that we needed a board resolution to approve these contracts that are all lumped together now into bid number 1448.
Thank you, Director Humphrey. So I'm looking at the list, I think on the purchase list and the support materials, and I do appreciate the need to get this all under one umbrella contract, and I appreciate the sparing use of pesticides or plant protection products that are toxic whenever possible. I do have concerns about some of the products on the list. I've been Googling just as we, during reports of officers, and there are some things on this list that both the EPA and Minnesota Department of Agriculture label as known and suspected carcinogens. I didn't have a time to go through the entire list, but just some quick Googling. There is some scary stuff on the list. So I am wondering if, and I think in some ways this ties to our agenda item coming forward that Assistant Superintendent Barrick will know a little bit more about, but I just assume not use those carcinogens. I think there's a lot of good things on this list and a lot of things that we need. If this is just an administrative item tonight, if I'm hearing you right, I'm hoping that we can pull it at least until we pass direction on our pesticide use policy, which is coming up after this item. I would hate to pass a resolution for the use of some carcinogens and then in a linear timeline right after pass new direction on a new policy. Director Humphrey, since if I am understanding this right, and this is an administrative function, is it going to really jam up operations if we pull this for a cycle?
This is not submitted back to the city. Any product on this list moving forward, we will not be able to purchase for any of the golf courses.
And what's the time? So this does kind of jam you up if we don't pass it tonight, is what you're saying?
Yeah, in those words, yes, it does jam us up a little bit. Yes.
Okay. And I don't want to move an amendment just to strike things off of the grid, because I can sit here and tell you that I don't know enough to do that. I can't support this resolution tonight. I do appreciate the need to get it done. But I personally can't support it tonight, but I also know our golf courses need to be taken care of. If it does pass tonight, Director Humphrey, I know within that list, you and the contractors would have a lot of discretion as to what you actually use and don't use. So I guess.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner Bourne. The product in there are things that aren't things we are guaranteed to use. It was just things that potentially could be used.
So my request. So I'm not going to vote for this tonight. If it does pass, I think the favor I'm calling in with you, Larry, is that we maybe just kind of Google the list and say, hey, is there a better alternative to this product here, or do we really need to use the 45 milliliters that are listed here? It seems like it's pretty manageable within there, and so if this does pass, in spite of me voting against it, I trust you to show some discretion on the product list. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner French.
So I guess the question I have is, we're talking about pesticides and stuff, right? Why aren't we using that verbiage? My problem is with the language. It's kind of misleading a little bit. Is this common language within the industry?
This was the standard language from our golf course foreman and city purchasing. There may be a small amount of product in here. The majority of this is dirt, sand, seed, and fertilizer.
Okay, I know we're really trying to get away from using some of these products. So I'm curious. I want to make sure that folks know exactly what we're doing. So I guess I don't have a problem. I have a problem with pesticides, but my biggest problem is the language that's being used that may actually hide the fact that that's what's going on. So, yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Any other questions from commissioners? Not seeing any, I'll ask the secretary to please take the roll on the resolution.
Commissioner Bourne.
No.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
No.
President Cogill.
No.
You have 5 ayes, 4 nays.
Resolution carries. Moving on in the agenda. Reports of standing committees. Our first committee is Operations and Environment. Chair Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. On behalf of the Operations and Environment Committee, Resolution 2021-213, a resolution directing staff on the path forward for pesticide policy.
Resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Assistant Superintendent Barrick. If I'm understanding I might be misunderstanding the background material, but it looks like there was a minority report of the Pesticide Advisory Committee attached to this, and if I'm reading it correctly, it looks like this resolution is effectively following the minority report of the Advisory Committee on Pesticide Use. Is that? Can you give me a little bit of background on that?
Sure, President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne. If you'll recall, the Pesticide Advisory Committee made a recommendation to this board with the majority of the folks present the evening they moved to make a recommendation. There was a member missing from the committee that evening that would have put maybe it was 2 members, that would have put had they been present, they would not have had a majority opinion. So you had the majority-minority report is kind of what it became known as.
Why weren't those folks there for a vote?
Assistant
can't
Superintendent
answer that
Barrick, may I
question.
speak to this?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Bourne, on the evening that the
I'm sorry,
committee
President
voted on
Cogill.
this, there
Point of
was
order,
no.
President Cogill. I have the floor, and I've asked a question of staff.
Commissioner Bourne, I
Point
do
of
believe
information.
I do believe that Commissioner Musich is in her right to explain this, given the fact that
If you recognize her for the floor, she's within her right, but it seems like she just pirated the floor from me. Could you maybe recognize her to address the
I will
board?
certainly recognize her to allow her to explain this.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne. On the evening that the resolution, the Organics Park resolution, was voted on and moved out of the advisory committee to the board for consideration, the members of the committee were not notified a vote would be taking place. They were not notified that there would be a removal of the co-chair. They were not notified there would be an election for a new co-chair. They were not notified of the full content of what the chair intended to bring forward as an agenda. It was a very upsetting meeting for many people that were there. Several people felt that if they did not support the chair in the way that he was pushing the committee that evening.
Were any rules violated? Because the Board of Commissioners passes resolutions without notice all the time.
Yeah,
they have a process that they follow.
Which is not it's not transparent or appropriate. The entire committee had a number of very serious issues going on in it that were never addressed by the board presidents that have been brought forward by committee members. This body has since passed a resolution to try to address some of those problems. What we're trying to achieve here with this resolution is a path forward, taking into consideration the desires of all members of the advisory committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich, for that opinion. So Assistant Superintendent Barrick, the committee, to confirm, the committee had a duly called meeting. Some people attended, some people didn't. They passed a resolution in accordance with their rules. that resolution was then forwarded to the board as a recommendation of that advisory committee. And we're passing something that we're passing something that the committee did not support in a duly called vote at a duly called meeting. Is that correct?
President Colgill, Commissioner Bourne. I mean, yeah, it could be said that way.
Okay, thank you, Assistant Superintendent Barrick. I mean, talk about transparency and talk about process. It's just incredibly concerning to me that we had a process, that process was followed. Some of our most staunch defenders of process that have always stood up for our community advisory committees' right to do their business and right to have that heard are now saying, screw that. And I didn't see anything different from so many of our other committees, other than some of us didn't like the outcome of this one. There have been plenty, I fielded plenty of responses from community advisory committee members on multiple sides of issues when they haven't agreed. But at the end of the day, they go through that process and they vote, and then they bring that forward, and that's the advisory committee's recommendation to us. So to slap those members in the face right now, I mean, just slaps our entire procedure in the face. Commissioner Musich herself was gone for several meetings. I think in 2018 because of an illness. She left several meetings early when she was upset about the way previous votes have taken. If the 5th District Commissioner were to come back and say, if I was here, I would have voted this way, so the board should just do something else. That's a violation of all of the parliamentary processes that we hold dear. So this is ridiculous. I won't be supporting this. I accept our duly appointed committee's recommendation that they took at a duly called meeting with a duly called vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Cogill. As a policy board, it is our job to try to find a path forward on policy issues where there is not consensus in the community. There is not consensus on this issue in the community, and the path forward in this resolution allows us to try to get as close as we can towards the goals of all the people that we have heard from. It's based on the direction given by our colleagues in committee meetings, where we discussed this with pre-notification of the public and received public comment on those meetings prior to our debate. I will ask my colleagues to support the resolution before them this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Bourne for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I really value the 5th District Commissioner's comments about trying to find a way forward and consensus. Whether or not this passes, I hope the 5th District Commissioner will remember our responsibility to find consensus the next time the Hiawatha Golf Course issue comes up, for an example, where we've had divided votes on a CAC. We have not had consensus over years and years and years. The only affirmative vote for the plan that we've ever taken over years and years and years had 4 affirmative votes. It looks like it may pass on one of the most divided votes for the most significant projects we've ever had. So when we revisit that topic in what will probably be a few weeks after endorsing conventions are done or whatnot, when we revisit that topic, I just hope our messaging is consistent, because sometimes we say our advisory committees word is sacred and word is law, but then when we don't agree with when we don't agree with what they brought forward, then all of a sudden it's time to listen to the other side of the community advisory committee. If we go through the attendance records of all of our advisory committees, I'm confident that there's never been perfect attendance at the majority of the votes that those took. They did their job. They came back to us and reported. So, I hope the 5th District Commissioner would be as willing to entertain a minority report from the Hiawatha Golf Course CAC as she would be for considering a minority report on the pesticide policy use. They're both environmental issues. I'm not going to be supporting this. I'm going to remain consistent, and I hope my colleagues will as well. And respect the work of our committee members.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'm interested in understanding how the Hiawatha Golf Course vote is relevant to the issue of this being discussed this evening.
I'm happy to address that, President Cogill.
Commissioner Musich,
I'm asking the board president whether discussion of other topics not before the board this evening is appropriate during this debate.
I'm trying to be as consistent as the 5th District Commissioner was when she had addressed a question, or when I had addressed a question to someone else. She had said, I'd be happy to address that.
Commissioner Bourne, thank you.
Else, I am happy to address that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Musich, I don't want to get
into
this.
It's just not going to be consistent. Okay.
If the commissioner wants to get Commissioner Bourne to answer that question, I will recognize him for that purpose.
I'm interested in understanding if it's in order for me to start discussing a topic that is not before the board currently as part of the discussion of the resolution.
It is our attempt to understood. It is the intent of discussion to be on the issue at hand, though clearly sometimes the rhetorical skill of certain commissioners leads us down into gray area, and I think that's what.
Okay, so in the interest of not being rolled out of order, I will hold my comments until the item in question comes before the board again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Any other comments from commissioners? Not seeing any comments. I will ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne?
No.
Commissioner Musich?
Aye.
Commissioner Severson?
No.
Commissioner Meyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan?
No.
Commissioner French?
No.
Commissioner Forney?
Aye.
Vice President Vita?
Aye.
President Cogill?
Aye.
You have 5 ayes, 4 nays.
All right, that carries. Moving on in the agenda to the next item, which is, sorry, let me get back to it here. We're moving on to the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee report. Commissioner or Vice Chair Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'd like to move resolution 20 on behalf of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee. I would like to move resolution 2021-214, a resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit in priority order park infrastructure, climate change resiliency up to 12 million, North Commons Regional Vision Part 2 funding 6 million, Grand Rounds Missing Link implementation 12.3 million, and Waterworks Riverside Phase 5 million, for a total of up to 35.3 million to Minnesota Management and Budget, MMB, for the 2022 State of Minnesota State Capital Budget.
So moved. Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Folks know I was gone for a few meetings with paternity leave, but question for Secretary Ringgold. When I was gone, did the board change its strategic priorities? Because I thought we had invest in youth as our #1 priority overarching for this term in our strategic documents. Did we change those when I was gone?
Secretary Ringgold?
President Cogill, Commissioner Bourne, are you asking if we changed our strategic directions?
Correct. Where our the #1 strategic direction was invest in youth.
Nope, we did not change our strategic directions.
Okay, thank you, Secretary, Deputy Superintendent. I can't support this resolution in its current order. It really seems like North Commons Regional Division is being prioritized as our #1 priority, is far more in line with the approved strategic direction of the board. So I wish this would have got changed in committee. If somebody has an amendment, I'd be happy to support that, but I can't support it in this priority order.
President Cogill.
Go ahead, Chair Vita.
Thank you so much. I did present the amendment 24 hours in advance. So I would like to offer an amendment to 2021-214 to change the ranking order of the bonding projects for North Commons to be 1, the Grand Rounds Missing Link to be #2, Waterworks Riverside Phase to be #3, and Climate Change Resiliency Project to be #4.
Second.
A motion to amend the order of our budget requests has been made. There's a second? Is there any discussion to the amendment with Vice President Vito?
Thank you. I just want to say that I agree with Commissioner Bourne that these were priorities for us in this order, our commitment to youth and to underserved communities. And so I said at the last meeting that I had an issue with the order and that I would potentially be presenting an amendment to rearrange and for us to go back where we finished off last session. I appreciate the momentum that we got last session, specifically for North Commons. Well, actually all 3, North Commons, Grand Rounds, and the Missing Link. And I think it's smart of us as an organization to go back and see if we can get more dollars with that same momentum at the Capitol for these 3 projects. So I hope that my colleagues support this amendment for rearranging our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vita. Any other comments to the amendment, Commissioner Severson?
Thank you, President Cogill. I also support this amendment. Folks, we really gotta be better because we sent quite a few Northsiders in a little bit of a tailspin, and they were upset, and the words they were using were not the words we want to be associated with as the park board. And as you can imagine, the words that I'm hearing, here goes South Minneapolis over the north side again. Here goes white folks getting what they want versus black folks. Here, that same stuff. So I think that we as an organization need to do a better job, particularly as board, to make sure that that kind of thing doesn't happen. And I hope that this is a lesson learned for us as a board to make sure that when we have a priority that supports communities that look like North Commons, that we keep it front and center and get that project done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney to the amendment.
Thank you, President Cogill, and I appreciate the amendment by Vice President Vito. I'm very much in support of the rearrangement, and I guess I will comment that it's unfortunate that the members, I think, that are speaking to or against or whatever this were not in attendance of the budget retreat where item about climate resiliency was spoken about, and that it will largely be addressing areas such as North Minneapolis. So I'm very much in favor of the way that the rearrangement of priorities here, and hope that everyone will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Bourne, is this to the amendment?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'm appreciative of the amendment. I do wonder if we could just get a little bit more detail on what specifically is the climate change resiliency project. For the folks watching at home, the rest of these are a lot more intuitive, but if we could just get a little bit more clarity there before we vote on the amendment.
Sounds good. I'll turn it over to Director Arvidsson to walk through what those projects are.
Thank you, President Cogill. I have a very brief presentation that is kind of an alteration of the presentation you saw 2 weeks ago. So I'll only take a couple of minutes here and then can stand for questions. Next slide, please. So here was the list of projects that were submitted 2 weeks ago. Obviously, there's an amendment on the table to change the list. I do want to make a quick note before I talk about the climate resiliency project about priority ranking. The intent of staff was certainly not to deprioritize the north side, but instead to reflect the fact that this board made a budget goal associated with a climate change resiliency project. Next slide, please. And just to reflect on prioritization in the past, 2 years ago in the 2020 bond prioritization, this was the list. North Commons was ranked number 4 on that list as approved by this board. And that was a project that was funded. So sometimes funding does not align directly with prioritization, and prioritizations do change from year to year. Next slide, please. To respond to the requests 2 weeks ago for more detail on the climate resiliency project, I want to provide some additional context. We worked to refine a project that is in line with some other work that you'll hear about later in the meeting with regard to the federal legislative agenda amendment. So the red text here is new text that I've added since the most recent meeting that focuses a little bit more on, I think, a project that will be discernible to the public and saleable to the legislators. So one of the items that we had proposed for some federal funding, which you'll hear about later, was to actually look at the creeks in Minneapolis. There are 3 that run through Minneapolis: Shingle, Bassett's, and Minnehaha. 2 of these are on the north side or near north side. All of those 3 creeks run through Minneapolis and are at a particular threat, especially from regional stormwater, which will be impacted by climate change. I think this is a good project for the state because these Minneapolis creeks are impacted by the region as a whole, and they do impact the state because they flow into the Mississippi River. Also, all 3 of these creeks do have master plans that envision a combination of habitat improvement, infrastructure adaptation, and flood and stormwater management. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing is that the climate resiliency project would look at green infrastructure and habitat improvement in Minneapolis creeks, all 3 of them. The master plans for, we would do master plan implementation at all 3 creeks. And I've put in some approximate numbers here, which are based on master plan numbers. And you'll note that the first 2, Shingle and Bassett's, those are smaller creek lengths, so the numbers are a little smaller. And Minnehaha makes up about half the request there. Work types would include shoreline and in-stream enhancement, including remeanders, riffles, and pools, floodplain expansion, stormwater pretreatment, trail and bridge relocations and upgrades, modifications to stormwater outfalls and flumes. And I think with these projects too, there's an opportunity to leverage partnership with the city of Minneapolis and at least 3 watersheds, and possibly Mississippi River also. Next slide, please. So here's a quick map that shows in blue the routes of those 3 creek areas. Note that the cost estimate for Minnehaha Creek, which is being highlighted right now, is actually in excess of the 6 million in this request. So the cost estimates in the master plans to do significant enhancement at Bassett's and Shingle Creek would almost complete the creek-related items in those master plans on the north side. And then it would do a portion of Minnehaha Creek in the south and southwest. Next slide, please. And again, I'll leave you with this slide, which is a vision from the Minnehaha Creek master plan. But the other two do have a similar vision, which is really a resilient landscape that would address some of our infrastructure impacts, as well as looking at increased habitat, floodplain management, flood storage, and stormwater treatment for water quality. So staff's recommendation at this point would be to look at that package of 3 creeks in Minneapolis as the resiliency project. We think it's something that can be described easily. And when it comes to talking to legislators and MMB and getting on those bonding tours, this is certainly some areas where we can bring them out and show them how the improvements could benefit the city and the region as a whole. Thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Director Arvidsson.
I think I still have the floor.
Correct. Commissioner Bourne, do you have any other questions?
Just a comment for right now. Hearing Director Arvidsson say that the improvements for the watersheds, for the creeks, excuse me, would fully fund the North Minneapolis creeks and maybe start to put a, start to touch Minnehaha, and that while Minnehaha Creek has a master plan, the golf course does not. The creek runs through the golf course. I'd be a little resistant to ask for funding for part of a system that doesn't have a full plan yet. And knowing that our projects typically run over budget, I think it would be wise just to strike Minnehaha at this time and really have a North Minneapolis, dovetail that with a North Commons vision, and then I think it all directly aligns. So I guess I would, when it's time to vote on the amendments, I would like to divide out the, I suppose it would be the main, I think it would be the main motion. When it's time to vote on the main motion, I'd like to divide out the creeks as separate questions.
Are you complete with your comments to the amendment, Commissioner Bourne?
Thank you, President Cogill. Yes.
Commissioner Meyer to the amendment.
So to the amendment, I certainly won't accept Commissioner Severson's characterization of it as something of black versus white, north versus south, implying that North Minneapolis doesn't care about climate change resiliency. This is something very important, and part of it is in North Minneapolis. Climate change, both prevention and adaptation, are part of our strategic directions. But I'm voting for this amendment today, because while I understand why it was that staff recommended putting it first to fulfill the budget direction that we had given quite a long time ago, I think it makes more sense for us to prioritize the ones that have been on the list longer and that we are better prepared for and are better fleshed out. So I will vote for this amendment, but don't want anyone to think that I don't think climate change resiliency is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Severson to the amendment for the second time.
Thank you, President Cogill. Again, I want to make sure that the commissioner from the 1st District understands that there are phone calls that I took from Northside community members about this specific topic. I thought I would share with you. If you would like to speak with those, I can most certainly ask them to give you a call as well, so you can understand that those come from long-standing great people in North Minneapolis. Second question, Commissioner Bourne's statement is a bit intriguing, but strategy-wise, if I could ask Council Rice, would that be a good strategy to move forth with the 2 Northside creeks? Would that better position us to get the funds to support water resiliency in our communities?
President.
Council Rice, go ahead.
Commissioner Severson, I actually think what Mr. Arvidsson has suggested is good for this reason. 2 years ago when you did this for the legislature, the staff came up with North Commons. It was new, got on the list, and then Commissioner France went on the bus tour. I sat next with him, and we went from 26 to past the old North football field in North Commons. He got very interested in it. Then Governor Walz did, and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. All of a sudden, it got on their list. So I actually think that having the 3 projects might give us a bit more variety, and you just don't know what happens there. One of those projects could rise to the top. I think the fact there are 2 on the north side indicates support, certainly by this board, to those projects. But I think I would stick with Director Arvidsson's recommendation. I think it makes sense. It also gives some balance. One thing we do have to understand, or at least commissioners should understand, when you make these priorities, then we go and sell them to our legislators. And when we say that it's important to do 26th Avenue or North Commons, there are other members of the delegation who get a bit disappointed, like, why didn't their projects go? So if we keep them on the list and say, okay, be patient. I remember one time years ago in the southwest or southeast part of the city at Minnehaha, Senator Flynn had to defer her project in order to get Lake of the Isles done. It was a bit of a difficult conversation, but she understood that Lake of the Isles was going underwater. It needed to be repaved, and we got that done. And then a couple of years later, we got the project done at Minnehaha Falls. So I think that's maybe I'm going on a bit, but I think that having what Director Arvidsson's come up with is a good solution and a good package of things to bring to the legislature.
All right, thank you, Council Rice and President Koga.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Forney for the second time to the amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate Council Rice's comments, and just want to remind people I was at the tour and how important it was to Commissioner France that it was shovel ready, and that is something that, you know, the fact that there's been flesh put on this ask for both all 3 of the creeks and everything, I think is really important. That is a strong selling point, that we do have shovel-ready projects in North and South Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I'm not seeing any other hands raised to the amendment, so I'll ask the Secretary to take the roll on the amendment.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Koga.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
The resolution amendment carries. We're now looking at the main resolution 2021-214 with the amendment, which changes the order of prioritization. Any discussion to the main motion? Seeing any, I will ask the Secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Just point of clarification, we're voting on the amended resolution at this point.
Correct.
Okay.
The resolution as amended with what just carried.
Okay. Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. Moving on to the Administration and Finance Committee, Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2021-215, a resolution approving a fundraising agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Phelps Activities Council intended to support conversion of a natural turf field to an artificial turf field at Phelps Field Park, a part of the Minneapolis Park System.
Second.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Commissioner Severson.
I would like to speak on this, even though it is not in my district. I am the former director of Phelps Park and a huge advocate of the Phelps Activities Council. These folks have been trying to get something done here for quite some time. That field is heavily used, perhaps, for youth athletics more than any other field, perhaps, in South Minneapolis. And I think this is a great opportunity, as Pastor Jim has done a lot of work, along with the phenomenal people on that council that have been involved and engaged for years. So I'd ask for everyone's support this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'll just echo Commissioner Severson's sentiments, and thank you to Pastor Jim for doing this work. I know this is a slight deviation from the master plan, but not a deviation in spirit. I would contend if there were some more of the folks that wanted the artificial turf were able to vote for the CAC's recommendation, it would have approved. So I think it would be okay to do this now, because I think it would have been part of the master plan if those, like the minority report from the master plan, would have showed preference for an artificial field at Phelps. So I'm very supportive of this work, and I really want to thank Pastor Jim for working on the fundraising agreement, and for staff for helping to put it together.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Are there any other comments from commissioners regarding Resolution 2021-215? I'm not seeing any. I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne,
Aye.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Severson,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner French,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
No.
Vice President Vita,
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 nay.
Resolution carries. Chair Forney.
I'd like to move Resolution 2021-216, a resolution approving 2 one-year license agreements with Bird and Lyft, respectively, for the authorization to place equipment for and permit use of shared low-power vehicles throughout the Minneapolis Park System.
The resolution has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Severson.
So will these, whatever they're placing, will these be equally distributed throughout all of our parks? Like, will 55411 be included in this? Or is this something where they're going to put a majority of them in South Minneapolis, around the lakes and downtown?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Severson. I will direct that question to Director Olson or Deputy Superintendent Ringgold.
Good evening, President Cogill, Commissioner Severson. Yes, the scooters will be distributed throughout the city of Minneapolis. This is a add-on license that kind of piggybacks, if you will, on the city of Minneapolis's license. And a stipulation of that license is an equity distribution. So there's a layer on their distribution map which requires additional resources be provided throughout areas which have been identified, including the zip code that you referenced, to provide additional micro mobility options for residents throughout the city.
Do you, just throwing this out there, do you know off the top of your head, or do you have a map in front of you that tells us where these are? Because 55412 also needs that kind of support. Councilmember Cunningham kind of got on me about that a few years ago, where we've seen a lot of things happening kind of on Plymouth Avenue, a little bit less on Broadway, and then it got really light on Lowry. Like as we went north, it got much lighter. Do you know exactly where these are going to be placed? Because 1-2 needs it just as much as 1-1.
President Coville, Commissioner Severson, I don't have it at my fingertips. However, I'm happy to provide it to you. It is my understanding that based on the city of Minneapolis requirements through Public Works and the license that was issued by the city, that areas that have been identified as though it is in need include an additional effort for an equitable distribution. So it is my my intention as we move this forward that be adhered to. And staff have been in constant communication with each vendor to talk about what is and is not appropriate, and where scooters may or may not be deployed or already left at the end of trips prior to this license being approved by this board. So know that we have already been in constant communication, and we will be in constant communication with these vendors to ensure that the distribution that they have been held to for the city of Minneapolis license extends as a layer, seeing that we are interwoven throughout the city at the Minneapolis parks.
Great. I appreciate that solid answer, and I look forward to seeing them. I think I see more of them little scooters around going down our bike lanes than I do see actual bikes. So, hey, I mean, whatever works, right? I mean, I love seeing our kids ride them, particularly to North and Henry High School. See quite a few of those kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. Good evening, Director Olson, and I think Director Wiseman, I may have a question for too, if she's still on the line. This is a renewal of an agreement that I think came up like 2 years ago. At the time, I had expressed some concerns about the disparity in the licensing fees between the City of Minneapolis license and the Minneapolis Park Board license, especially in light of the mayor kind of eating the park board's lunch in terms of funding for the Minneapolis Park Board. Can we talk a little bit about I'm seeing $1.50 license fee per scooter. Can we talk about what that comes to in its totality for the licensing fee versus what the city of Minneapolis receives as a licensing fee?
President Coville, Commissioner Bourne, I should have been prepared for that question. I am not. What I do know is that within Minneapolis, within this municipality, it's a little bit different than our neighbors or in some of our the suburban systems, where that municipality is getting a fee per scooter and that's it. However, in Minneapolis, the Minneapolis Park Board and the city of Minneapolis are both getting a fee per scooter. So that was taken into account when addressing this through the license agreements, as the scooter companies were getting kind of double charged in this municipality as opposed to the neighboring communities. I am happy to prepare that. In fact, I could do so this evening and send that over to you if you'd like. I just apologize. I was not prepared to provide that number to you today.
Okay. I think that's fine. If there's still a huge disparity there, I can't support it this evening. I don't know if it'll pass in spite of me or not, but the the challenge I had last time, and I'm going from memory, but I remember the licensing fee to the city being in 6 digits. Does that sound crazy, Director Olson or Superintendent Ringgold, or does that seem about right versus hundreds or maybe versus like 4 or 5 digits for the Minneapolis Park Board?
President Kogel and Commissioner Warren, I can't say for sure. I'd have to go back and look at the 2019 information. We didn't do anything last year, so it's been 2 years. So I'd have to go back.
Deputy Superintendent, I'm going to put you on the spot because I just remember vividly us having a conversation about this. Do you remember like kind of what that number difference was? You remember me being mad about it, I'm sure.
President Kogel?
Go ahead, Deputy Superintendent.
President Kogel, Commissioner Bourne, I don't have the numbers off the tip of my head. I do remember you being upset about it, and I do remember you wanting there to be more parity, but I cannot remember all the metrics that were discussed at the time.
Okay. But then Director Olson and Deputy Superintendent, it's probably fair to say that this is more or less a continuation of an agreement, and if there was a disparity there between the park board and the city, that disparity probably still exists with the continuation of these agreements.
President Kogel and Commissioner Bourne, this actually is not a continuation or a re-up. It is a new license agreement. We went through and we really tried to tighten up the license agreement, so it took away from the redundancies of the city's license agreement, and it was much more clear to both the vendor and to us as the licensee, whatever, the people who are issuing the license.
Yeah.
So there weren't questions of, well, wait a second, is this on top of what the city's requiring, or is it what the city's requiring? So we really did go back and do a redraft of the license completely. So it's certainly not a renewal or a re-up.
Okay.
And then the disparity, again, I'd have to go back and look at the numbers.
So I'm looking at the background material. It looks like it's dated May 1st of 2021. So this looks like it would be a retroactive agreement. Is our current licensing agreement expired?
Oh, the current licensing agreement expired in 2019.
Okay.
We did not have a licensing agreement in 2020. I guess that's an error on the license agreement for May 1st.
So the scooters aren't out in the parks right now?
No, they are not. The vendors realize that they do not have an approved license at this time. We have seen scooters out in the parks.
Right.
And as soon as they are seen, we have speed dial to each of the vendors to let them know, hey, we see some scooters out in the parks and those shouldn't be there. And as quickly as we reach out to them, they have been removed. Often, scooters are left at the end of a ride by a user. So that is something that we will continue to monitor and be sure that those scooters are placed in areas which we deem fit. We have talked with the vendors about geofencing to make sure that the areas that are identified are appropriate, and they are well aware that at this evening's meeting is when the licenses could be considered for approval by this board, and that until they hear so, that has not happened.
So the agreements worked great when we did have them, and I'd like to see them in parks again. Director Wiseman, just a quick question, and you don't need to know the exact numbers, but can you reinforce a point for me? The city of Minneapolis receives a larger portion of their budget through fees and contracts like this, a percentage, than the Minneapolis Park Board does. Like the majority, like we receive pretty limited through there. Is that correct?
Deputy Superintendent, and then I just want to note, Commissioner Warren, that your time is expired.
Okay, I'll have a motion as soon as Deputy Superintendent or Director Wiseman is done.
President Kogel and Commissioner Bourne, that is correct. The city has a larger portion of their general fund budget that is fees, fines, and other revenues.
Okay. I'd like to move just until we can get a clear answer on the disparity or parity in revenue on the shared licensing agreement between the park board and the city. I'd like to move that we delay this for one cycle.
Commissioner Bourne, I don't believe that motion is in order.
I'd make a motion to table resolution 2021-216.
Okay. That motion is in order. It's been a motion to table. Is there a second? Is there a second to Commissioner Bourne's motion? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. I'm not seeing a second. Back to the resolution, Commissioner Severson for the second time.
Thanks for recognizing me, President Koga. For a second time, I have a quick question. I know quite a few of them, I don't know all the different ones, offered some kind of service to low-income residents to have access to these. Is this the same thing with this organization?
President Cogill, Commissioner Severson, yes, there are different discounts that are available depending on need.
Do you know the organizations that are managing that so I can share that information? Is it North Point, Phyllis Wheatley, any of our parks, any of the schools?
This is directly through Lyft and Bird.
Okay, so they can just go to their websites and they can access that?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. I'm not seeing any other hands raised on the resolution. Though I do think there's some issues with the resolution, I am supportive of this. I think this micro-mobility effort is important and excited to support it tonight. Glad that it has equity components and I hope to see staff stay vigilant on those. I'll ask the Secretary to please take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Will abstain.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner
Aye.
Forney.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 abstain.
That carries. Moving on to unfinished business. Our first item here is, sorry, let me get to it. We have 1 item under unfinished business. I'll ask for a motion on resolution 2021-227, which is a resolution approving an increase to the spending authority for lease agreement C96 15053 with Pillsbury United Communities in the amount of $252,000 for a new contract total of $1,052,000.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this particular resolution? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the Secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. I'm going to now recess the full board and go to the Administration and Finance Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Forney.
I'd like to convene the Administration and Finance Committee here at 8:14. With the Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice Chair Hassan.
Here.
Chair Forney.
Yes.
You have a quorum.
I'll take a motion to approve the agenda. The Secretary, please call the roll.
Do you have a motion maker?
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Could we amend that to adopt the minutes of May 19th at the same time?
Oh, good motion. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yes.
So the agenda and the minutes of May 19th, 2021.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Musich. Secretary, please call the roll on both items.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan.
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Great.
I'd
I'm
like
very
to
excited.
move.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move Resolution 2020-221, a resolution officially acknowledging the celebration of the historic Juneteenth and approving it as a Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board paid holiday.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item?
Yes.
I think I hear a voice and I think, oh, and I saw a hand. Okay, Commissioner French.
I am extremely proud to be sitting on this dais at the time we're doing this historical recognition of this event that happened for Black folks, and especially right now as we mark the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Black Wall Street massacre. So this is good stuff. I'm glad our park board is progressive enough to take on something like this and to do something like this for our employees. So good work. Want to thank President Kogo for his work and effort, his leadership in bringing this forward. Thank you.
Vice President Vito.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I am also extremely excited about this and proud to be serving on the park board when in such a historical time for the African-American community. Right now, we need this more than ever. It's never too late for us to make such bold moves. So I appreciate it. I hope that every single commissioner votes for this and this passes unanimously tonight, because it is long overdue.
Thank you. I concur totally. I don't see any other hands up with the comments. First of all, I also want to recognize that we are going to be moving this directly to the board this evening so that this Juneteenth will be a paid holiday. Anyway, it's very exciting and long overdue. And upon that, Commissioner French, did you have more comments, or your hand just needs to be put down?
I'm sorry, I just need to put my hand down.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, very exciting. And so with the Secretary, please call the roll. And like I said, this will be moving forward to the full board.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan.
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Forney.
Aye. Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Thank you. On that, then I will declare the meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I'm reconvening the regular meeting of the Park Board to consider Resolution 2021-221. As was just.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2021-221. Resolution officially acknowledging the celebration of the historic Juneteenth and approving it as a Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board paid holiday.
Second, I'll second that.
Resolution has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I'm pleased to be supporting this and really thankful for all the work that Commissioner French and you and other folks have put in. One of the names I didn't hear mentioned tonight, or two of the names I didn't hear mentioned tonight, but one in particular, Corey Webster, a leader in Pocum. Really, our friends in labor have worked to make paid holidays a reality. And the work that Corey and Tony have done to make sure that this is a paid holiday, but also recognizing that somebody like Corey has waited way too long for a paid holiday like this. So thank them both for their advocacy, and our friends for labor for making sure that our significant dates and events are recognized as holidays.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Any other comments from commissioners? Comments? Not seeing any. Want to thank Commissioner French, Commissioner Vitaw for their work on this, and also want to thank the leadership of Hennepin County Commissioner Conley, and who really, I think, brought this forward at the county level, and that was sort of the first place that it was considered and passed locally. And as Commissioner Bourne mentioned, the labor support behind this is no small feat as well. So it's a true community effort, and happy to be supporting it tonight. With that, I'll ask the Secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Bourne.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vitaw.
Aye.
President Cogill.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
That carries. Move into petitions and communications. I'll start with Commissioner Hassan.
I'll pass.
Commissioner Severson.
Pass.
Commissioner Musich.
Pass.
Commissioner Bourne.
Thank you, President Cogill. I just want two things. I'll be brief. And we just celebrated Memorial Day, so I again want to thank Superintendent Bangora. I wish we could have had it back for Memorial Day, but I think we'll get it back in time for Veterans Day. The safe return of the bell and wheel from the Minneapolis. It's an equally sacred place in the Minneapolis park system, and I was really excited to see Superintendent Bangora's commitment to bring that home safely and treat it with the respect, to treat those relics with the respect and reverence that they deserve. So. Again, thank you for your tact and diplomacy, and those folks that never made it home. I'm sure that they're thankful of your work too, and as are their families. And I would also just I'll echo the sentiments that some of the folks had brought up during petitions and communications, and there have been a lot of folks trying to navigate the park board systems for several years, trying to get a simple, what should be a simple vote, and what in other cases has been a simple vote. I failed in my time as president bringing that forward. I had a resolution set up to go, I think, in early 2020. Somehow that resolution disappeared and hasn't been brought back since. Those folks just deserve a definitive answer one way or the other, in the same way every other single applicant that brings forward encroachment requests gets and receives. I mean, it's so crystal clear that they're being treated differently at this point, and I don't think it's at the fault of staff. I think it's at the fault of this board, previous boards, and just the unwillingness to treat some members of that community with some base respect. And I just hope we can get a definitive resolution one way or the other. And I would encourage you, President Cogill, to go back and get that resolution that I had for the January 2020 meeting, and let's just get that back on the agenda so those folks don't have to come to meeting after meeting after meeting, and they can get on with their lives one way or the other. In the same way we're going to let the regents of the U of M get on with their lives after they submit that request. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bourne. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. I'm not sure that we made a shout out for the really significant, the ribbon cutting down at Waterworks. And that is an incredible lift that once again, our partner, the Parks Foundation, has delivered such an iconic piece. The 26th Avenue is such a significant link, and what they did there, and now, what has been done, what used to be Fujian at the St. Anthony Falls is huge. And I'm so grateful for them as partners in being able to deliver this. The chair of that particular project, Paul Riles, has been amazing. And then I also want to acknowledge the fact that we are a gold medal finalists. I think that is truly exciting. I am so proud of our staff and what they do, anyway, excited for September to see, whether or not we will take home the trophy. But just the fact that we're finalists, to me, is really, it needs to be acknowledged, and very excited. We did not get the first for the Trust for Public Land, but we are in the top tier, and it just means that we get to strive for their matrix. That I think is a really powerful thing, and I appreciate their efforts, and hoorah to St. Paul, good neighbors, and will continue to be so. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
Thank you, President Carla. I also would like to have a conversation. Like to talk about the Meyer Doctrine that is forbidding this house of worship from doing the same thing that other churches and other places of worship have been doing, schools from time immemorial. We need to figure out a way to get this done. And we can use up all these other, these other conversations. We can use these other reasons why, we want to make sure our planet is more environmentally friendly and all that. But at the end of the day,
Commissioner French.
Yes.
We're struggling to hear you a little bit.
What I'm saying,
Go ahead.
Those faces that we're saying no to are black faces. And we have to figure out ways to say yes. We have to figure out ways to undo all the injustices that black faces have been suffering for, time immemorial. So we need to figure out a way to get that done sooner than later. The other thing I wanted to talk about was to make sure that our parks right now are understaffed, and there's a lot of violence going on in our city right now. And I need our park board to put some skin in the game right now. I need us to make an effort to show the rest of the folks, rest of the municipalities, and the county and the state, what are we doing? We are in a unique position to mitigate some of the violence in the city. And I think we need to put some money and resources towards doing that. And I think we need to do it sooner than later. It's a crisis going on. We need to all hands on deck right now. So thank you, President Kogo.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Meyer.
Pass.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Vice President Vita.
Thank you, President Cogill. So a couple things. First, I just want to say Victory Memorial Drive looked absolutely beautiful on Monday. It was just so cool to see everyone out enjoying the scenery and the beautiful parkway space. So thank you to all the staff who took the time to stick every single one of those flags in the ground and got the grass cut. I was getting so many complaints about if the lawn was going to be cleaned and cut by Memorial Day. I assured people that it would be, because it usually is all the time. But thanks for having it well manicured and looking great for folks to come over. I walked over and I talked to several people from all over the city. So it was cool to see folks just driving in or biking in to visit Victory Memorial Parkway. And then the last thing, yesterday, I attended a meeting to acknowledge some of our park police officers. And I just want to take a little time now to acknowledge them. Again, some of you receive emails from me for time to time with some of the actions that our officers take to protect folks in our city. And so I just want to acknowledge the officers who were acknowledged yesterday for their efforts. So Lynette Unke, Officer Lynette Unke received the Life Saving Award. Officer Tony Zhang received the Distinguished Service Award. Officer Caleb Pegger, I think that's how you say it, received the Medal of Commendation. And then Officer Caleb Pegger and Carl Zabinski both received life-saving awards. And it was an honor and a pleasure to attend the gathering to acknowledge our park police officers. I look forward to any opportunity to support them in the good work that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Vita. Greatly appreciated. I just will say a couple of things. Appreciate all the support from all commissioners on the Juneteenth holiday. Happy to see that that passed. I'm excited to see our parks open up this summer, and I'm hoping that we can speed up our hiring. I thought that commissioners during reports of officers and their questions had some good ideas about partnering with unions and getting connected with some additional organizations that might have some inroads to some more folks. So I'm hopeful that we can increase those percentages that we saw in different groups of hiring classes up to closer to 100% soon. Because we know that safe parks are active parks, and to Commissioner French's call to action, we do need to expand active, safe, caring adults in our park system everywhere, especially in North Minneapolis, especially in areas that have had high levels of violence. And I know that part of that is hiring up to with what we have right now, but it's also our board coming together to figure out how we can do a little bit more. I also just want to note a couple of things. One, that the issue of the parking and the mosque, I do want to note that on the 19th of February of this year, CARE and the executive director, Jelani Hussein, did receive a letter from the board that did outline the steps that would be needed to be taken. We have been in conversation and coordination in terms of providing that information. I'd also note that there was an action in 2019 that was tabled, and anybody can bring that back. So So this is an issue for the entire board to work on, but we have provided pretty clear explanation of what the processes are for various actions to be taken, whether it be a complete redo of the master plan or it be a request for an encroachment permit. There are different processes for each of those, and they are well outlined. I appreciate everybody's time this evening, and I will now adjourn the full board and turn it over to Chair Vita for her committee.
Thank you, President Cogill. Time being 8:34, I would like to call to order the June 2nd Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee meeting. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Commissioner Meyer,
Here.
Commissioner Hassan,
Here.
Commissioner Forney,
Here.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
You have a quorum.
I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda and
You lost ya. You hit
sorry. To approve the agenda and also the minutes of Wednesday, May 19th, 2021. Commissioner Meyer. No, with that.
Second.
No second.
No second. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes.
So we have one action item, and it is Resolution 2021-228, a resolution amending the 2021 Federal Legislative Agenda of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
So moved.
The item has been moved. Is there any discussion? Does anyone need a presentation?
Yes, please.
Is Pamela here?
I am.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening, President Cogill and Chair Vita and Commissioners. We are seeking to amend our federal legislative agenda in light of the fact that the Federal American Rescue Plan Act was passed in March of this year, and states and local governments will be getting some funding from that legislation. And the state will be getting $2.83 billion, and of that, roughly $179 million is earmarked for capital projects. The U.S. Treasury has come out with interim guidance with respect to that money, and they have an emphasis on water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure projects. We got a call from House Capital Investment Committee Chair Fu Lee right before regular session ended, and he asked us if we had any projects that would meet the guidance. And we had a really quick turnaround because he was hoping that maybe they could put something together before regular session ended. That didn't occur, but the planning staff was able to put forward some proposals for consideration. I wanted to share that with you tonight and seek to amend our legislative agenda so that when they come back for special session, in the event that they are able to do either a bonding bill or use some of the federal ARPA money for capital projects, that we would be that our projects would be under consideration for funding. And Secretary Ringgold, can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so this is what I just discussed. And you'll hear Director Arvidsson's going to briefly go over what those 3 programs were that we submitted to Representative Lee. And you will see a little bit of overlap in the bonding climate resiliency projects that he went over earlier this evening. So I will turn that over to Director Arvidsson.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Chair Vita. Again, I'll do a brief presentation here really to go through kind of what projects at the moment staff has envisioned that fulfill this request for the ARPA funding. That's okay, Secretary Ringgold, you can go ahead to the next project, the next slide. So we tried to group the project into 3 different buckets or programs, as it were. Each of these 3 takes a particular topic and then identifies projects throughout our system that would fall within that project. And again, we're trying to make these requests legible and saleable, but also touch a variety of neighborhoods and districts and state representative districts in our community. So the first of these 3 we call Green Parkway Infrastructure. All of these, I should note, are drawn from master plans. So we are working to implement master plans with all of this. These are not going to be new designs. So under Green Parkway Infrastructure, we're looking at locations in our system where we could use green infrastructure techniques to make the parkway system less harmful to water resources. So again, specifically, we really have to talk about water here. And so all of these do touch on that. We're talking here about narrowing, removal, and rerouting of roads and trails where they're called for in master plans, stormwater modifications, and shoreline enhancement with water level stabilization. We identified 4 specific projects, which I'm going to show you on a map in a minute. Next slide, please. The second piece is about transforming regional parking lots for water quality. We have multiple parking lots that are on the shores of our water bodies, and the impact can be significant. So this program would look at upgrading existing parking lots, not adding new ones, but upgrading existing parking lots to improve water quality and mitigate urban heat islands. And specifically, that could be looking at transitioning to permeable paving or non-asphaltic paving, actually reducing paving through parking lot reorganization, trying to gain efficiencies there so that there's less impervious surface, looking at additional filtration, infiltration basins, and also tree canopy enhancement. All of these things can benefit water quality, especially when they're sitting on the shores of our lakes. We identified 5 projects in adopted master plans kind of in this bucket. And again, I'll show these on a map in a moment. And then the next slide, please, Secretary Ringgold. And the last one you heard a little bit about earlier, and it is the Green Infrastructure and Habitat Improvement in Minneapolis Creeks project. So the impetus was for this was also submitting for the ARPA money. So I won't go into a lot of detail here because it is really similar to what you approved in the bonding prioritization, though you can see the dollar amounts are a bit higher because we did go ahead and include the entirety of Minnehaha Creek's master plan, and that's a much longer creek. So the numbers are a little bit different, but the topic area would be the same. It's about looking at all 3 of our creeks in order to enhance them for habitat, infrastructure, and cleaner water. Next slide, please. So again, just a couple of images. These are some images from our master plans that identify some of that green infrastructure for water quality. Again, we have to focus on water. We don't do a lot of sewer stuff, so we're kind of, or broadband really, so we're kind of focusing in on the water. Next slide, please. I think this is going to be a picture of the Minnehaha Creek vision again, so we can go right to the next slide. You've seen this already tonight. And here's a map of the projects that were identified on the slides previously. The green lines are those segments of green parkway infrastructure that are in master plans where we feel there would be the most impact on water quality. The yellow stars are the regional parking lots. And you'll notice those are scattered throughout the city where we have large regional parking lots. And then of course, the blue lines are the creeks that you saw before. So I think what's important to note here is that we did submit a package of $63.6 million in projects. That's a big number. There are 12 projects in those 3 programs. We think that's a big ask, clearly. Probably the entire package would not be funded, but we felt important to offer a variety of water-related projects so that the lobbying team and the legislators can have something to choose from that they feel meets the federal goals as well as the state goals. So again, we tried to make it legible in the 3 different buckets, but we expect that there may be some whittling down as this moves its way through. That's all I have. I think Pamela and I are both available along with lobbyist Rice to answer questions about this item. Thank you for your time.
Thank you both for the presentation. Are there any questions? Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair, Vice President Vita. Very exciting, very, very exciting, very timely, all of this. And so I really appreciate it. Of course, I'm honing into an area that I live close to as far as seems to me where you have your star as far as a parking lot at the north end of Damacoska. Is that adjacent to the swimming beach, or is that adjacent to the Northwest Athletic Field?
Commissioner Forney, Chair Vita. So the sort of north and northwestern corner of Damacoska shows up in 2 different programs. In the Parkway Green Infrastructure Program, it would be the sort of West Damacoska Parkway through the segment by the athletic fields, which in the master plan includes a reroute and new trails and such like that. So that is included, and you see the green line there. That is included in the Green Parkway Infrastructure Package. The yellow star on the north end of that lake is the swimming beach parking lot, which is kind of a long, thin parking lot that is very close to the shore of the lake and is taking runoff potentially from the street as well as the parking lot itself. We felt like that was one that could be significantly enhanced in order to benefit water quality. So there's kind of 2 pieces there that are technically in 2 different packages, and they're packaged differently that way, primarily for like topic areas. We packaged things topically rather than geographically because we wanted each topic area to really touch a variety of neighborhoods and districts. I hope that answers the question.
No, it's very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is very exciting, very timely. I don't know what else. I guess probably the biggest thing is thank you, Representative Fuli, for pushing us. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. I too would just like to say thank you to staff and Representative Fuli and the support he's built up at the Capitol for this project. This is extremely exciting. I'm looking forward to next steps in this. And again, thank you so much. Is there any further discussion?
One more question. Being this is on our federal agenda, there was a request, I believe, by staff to have $15,000 more for a federal lobbyist. Is there feeling more need for this with this particular, this is a big lift. So, I would appreciate if staff can be honest as far as, is that something we should be addressing again?
Commissioner Forney, so this funding would be federal funding coming through the state. But yes, there are a lot of buckets in that ARPA money that come through the federal government. So certainly there would be, potentially other opportunities. But this would be as directed by the state legislature. They set aside, I think it was $500 million for Governor Walz to spend immediately because the ARPA money is coming in 2 buckets. So we're going to get one part of it this year, as is the city and the county, and the other part next year. And it can be spent over, I think, 3.5 years. So, it'll be a process that they go through. But, and I know there's some pushback on doing a bonding bill from some legislators thinking that, well, why don't we just, instead of borrowing, why don't we use the federal money? So it's, that part is still up in the air about what that's going to look like at the end of special session when they can get through their budget bills and focus on, you know, a potential bonding bill or potential usage of the federal ARPA dollars. But I don't know, Lobbyist Rice may have something to add to that as well.
Go ahead, please, Council Rice.
No, I mean, I think Commissioner Forney, I think that Ms. Gokemeyer answered that, and I think the board addressed the federal issue before about resources and stuff, and I think that's probably a discussion you could revisit, but I think mostly the staff wanted to get a directive and get these before the board and get your approval, and we'll go forward. I think Pamela's right. This may be a project that we engage in over the next several years, depending on what the federal dollars are available, I think until the end of 2024. So we just want to be ready with an inventory of projects and see what we can do with them.
Thank you,
but
Council
at this
Rice.
point, I think at this point with we're well positioned to at least advocate for these with our legislative agenda. The staff's come up with some good ideas. We're Representative Lee wanted to alert us to this. I think Senator Dietzig also was calling our attention to get in line with some projects that could align with what the federal dollars are available for. So many of these decisions will be decided locally in conversations between us and our state legislators with kind of a federal oversight, but only by category.
I just wanted to add that, you know, it's because we did all of this master planning that we had this, you know, and could fetch it, you know, so quick. So thank you, planning staff. Thank you for all the community advisory committees. We got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, I would ask the secretary to take the roll on resolution 2021-228.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes.
With no further business, I declare the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee adjourned.
Chair French, you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to pull my agenda up. With time being 8:51, I'd like to call to order the Recreation Committee. Secretary, please take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye. I mean, I'm here. Sorry about that. I'm having some trouble with Zoom.
Commissioner Hassan. Commissioner Hassan, your sound is breaking up a little bit. Can you try again? Great. Vice President Vita.
Present.
Vice Chair Severson.
Present.
Chair French.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'd like to take a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda from April 21st, 2021.
So moved.
Please take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Hassan.
Aye.
Vice President Vita. Vice Chair Severson.
Aye.
Chair French.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
Thank you, Secretary Ringo. We have one item tonight, which is a study report for our summer program update, and I believe Assistant Superintendent Cox will be giving that.
Point of information, Chair French, we have not adopted the minutes. Would you like to do that first?
Say it again.
We haven't adopted the minutes. We just adopted the agenda. Do we want to adopt the minutes?
I thought we could do both at the same time.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I thought the motion was only for the agenda.
The motion was to adopt both the agenda and the minutes, and that motion was adopted.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I missed
So
Thank you. We're good.
Are we not doing that?
We did. I didn't hear that the minutes were included. My apology.
Okay. So Assistant Superintendent Cox, you can proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair French and Commissioners. Director Calvin and I are going to do a very brief presentation tonight on the summer programs in the recreation centers and a couple of the other departments. I will give Secretary Ringgold just 1 second. She's faster than me. Thank you. Next slide, please. So you've heard us talk this evening about some of the challenges that we're having with staffing. And so in order to get our rec centers open, we had to think of an approach to this. And we are taking a two-phase approach, which we'll talk about tonight, and how we hope to get more facilities and programs open throughout the season. So phase one was to get Rec Plus open. And so we wanted to make sure that as summer is, speeding towards us, that families had reliable childcare that they could count on. So we wanted to make sure that we expand our capacity in Rec Plus. And that looks a couple of ways. One, making sure that we have the staff and that we are thinking about ways that we can get as many kids in the program as possible while adhering to the existing COVID restrictions. And I think we've done a pretty good job of maxing out what we can for now, given our staffing challenges. Also in phase two is making sure that we are expanding existing youth programs. And so how we are thinking about the student population, the youth population that we talked about earlier in the spring, the 12 to 17, ensuring that we have enough positive activities for that youth group. And that looks like, do we have as many of our youth line facilities programs open as we can, again, while adhering to COVID restrictions. Also in phase one, we want to start to restore some of the weekend programming that young people have become used to. We want to get back to that. And then lastly, in phase one is making sure that we can host some of the events in the clubhouses at the golf course. Now, I will tell you that we did move to the golf course, move to that item a bit faster than we anticipated, and that was because we were keeping a watchful eye on what some of our peers in this industry are doing, and we wanted to make sure that our clubhouses remain a viable option for people who are looking for places to host events. And so we did get some of those open earlier than I anticipated, as I mentioned. In phase two, we will look at getting some of our buildings open to adults. Right now, we have been focused just on ensuring that young people have a place to go and positive activities, as I mentioned. And so in phase two, we want to make sure that programs and centers are available for adults. Also, we want to get open the closed buildings. And I apologize in advance. You will hear me say probably several times during this presentation that what is driving that is our lack of staff. And then finally, we want to reinstate some of the neighborhood-based special events, things like Battle of the Badges. It has passed now, but things like the egg drop. So we want to get back to some of those big neighborhood events that our community has become used to. That would be one of the final steps in phase two. Next slide, please. I don't think I need to belabor this, but as we've talked about, staffing remains a challenge. And at this time of year, we would typically be pretty fully staffed, and that just isn't the case, neither in recreation or asset management. And I bring in asset management because we have to be pretty lockstep across those two divisions, so that anything that we do in recreation, we ensure that asset management can match us and can keep up with the additional cleaning routines and that we've instituted as a result of COVID. So this remains a challenge. Next slide, please. So I just want to, before I turn it over to Director Kalb, I want to remind everyone on what we said we would commit to kind of at the top of the year, and that was ensuring that we develop and enhance programs for kids young people ages 12 to 22, and those that are disconnected from structured programs, so kind of the unprogrammed, and that we want to make sure that we are providing programs and services that are that they are attracted to. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Kalb, who will walk through some of the things that we are offering this summer that are of particular note. We're really excited about this. This is not intended to be an exhaustive list, but really highlight some of the kind of super cool things that we'll be doing this summer. Next slide. Director Kalb.
Thank you. The first thing we're going to talk about is the fact that we're going to have summer day camps across the city, and there'll be 50 different day camp offerings throughout the summer. There'll be one in each service area, 5 camps going on each week for 10 weeks this summer. We're targeting 140 youth per week. They'll be predominantly outdoors and at sites that are closed for programming to have activities at those sites. There will be lunch and snacks provided. The themes for the camps are on the right of this slide. I just want to highlight a couple. They all are very clever and neat ideas and specific to something different for the youth to experience. The Imagineers, the youth are going to construct their own inventions. For the great outdoors, they will be experiencing archery, canoeing, fishing, swimming, and nature studies. The Summer Survivor Camp is based on the TV show Survivor. Youth will work independently and in teams through various challenges and try to survive the whole week. And the Olympic Celebration Camp is going to mimic the Summer Olympic sports. Youth will play and compete and make their way to the podium. Next slide, please. I'm just going to highlight a few. These are samplings of the unique programs that Tyrese mentioned, and I'm just going to select a few to highlight more. The Escape Room Camp. Youth will be making games, creating riddles, puzzles, and games to escape the camp. They'll also learn to plan and run escape rooms. With the Outdoor Explorers Camp at Pearl, they will build a shelter building. They will do hiking, animal tracking, and survival skills. The Girls Rock program at Curry is for East African girls. It will provide mentorship, self-esteem, and self-esteem building through basketball and soccer. And the girls will be journaling throughout the program. Next slide, please. Some other camps that we're really excited about. The Girls Sports and Leadership Camp is new. It will go on at 4 parks for a week each. It's not your average sports camp. It will incorporate the Her Next Play program, which is about leadership and self-esteem for girls. The STEM bus program will be at Northside Parks. There will be activities outside, and then the youth will get an opportunity to go into the bus and learn STEM programs and activities. The Ride All Day program is a youth line program Southwest on Wednesdays. It'll go on all summer, and there'll be weekly trips to various parks for swimming, archery, and canoeing. Next slide, please. Our new safety camp model is called Safety Series Camp. Safety camp typically was done at Worth Park and for 4 days later in the summer. We've reinvented this camp in an effort to reach more youth and have them learning safety, lifelong skills throughout the summer. So it will take place at East Phillips Park every Thursday, and each week there'll be a different safety component that they're learning and experiencing, and they will have takeaways, sunscreen safety. They'll receive sunscreen. With the water safety, we're working on getting life jackets to give each youth. It will be every Thursday for 10 weeks. And we're excited that it's a different opportunity and outreaching multiple youth and kids. We anticipate a lot of walk-up participation, and that will be fine. It's targeting the Upper South parks, and we're really excited about how this will look. The picture there is the electrical safety where Xcel Energy comes out and brings equipment to teach the kids about electrical safety. So there's a lot of really neat ideas that are going to happen at that camp. Next slide, please. We will be having a gaming league, e-gaming league at Falwell Park. It's competitive gaming as well as a motivator, but it'll also have the youth experience teamwork, communication, collaboration, problem solving and critical thinking, exposure to individuals who have careers in this field, and education and career mapping into gaming. So that is a new program that we're really excited about. Next slide, please. There's a design camp that's going to take place at Harrison School. Youth will be exposed to how products and buildings and design happen in buildings that they probably walk by or walk into every day. It will be at Harrison in July for grades 6 to 8. And I'm going to turn it back over to Tyrese to talk about a few more programs.
There you go. Thank you, Director Cab. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview on what you and the community can expect around aquatics so that we know where people can find guarded pools and beaches. As you've heard many times tonight, we don't have nearly the number of lifeguards that we typically would this time of year, and it's concerning for us. And so what we want to do is we want to create some predictability so that families know where they can go week after week and find lifeguarded beaches, because we just don't have the manpower, the staff to cover all of the beaches that we normally would each year. Next slide, please. So we will be guarding facilities from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. and Worth, Nokomis, Lupien, North Commons will all have a lifeguard 7 days per week between the hours that I just mentioned. Weber Pool will be closed on Mondays, as it has been traditionally. That is not about lifeguards. That is about needing to rest the pool and do the maintenance thing that I'm not going to pretend that I am super versed in. But that has been a practice for the past several years. And then lastly, Cedar Point Beach will be guarded on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Next slide, please. We're going to continue to work to, increase our staffing so that we can increase the number of programs and services that we offer throughout this across the city. So throughout the summer, we'll continue to post and encourage people to apply, try to get as close to what the community has come to expect from us as possible. So just know that as you are talking to people in your areas, please encourage them to check out our website and think about how they might want to serve the city alongside us. Next slide, please. And so that concludes our presentation, and Director Calvin, I would be happy to answer any questions for you. Hearing none.
I have a question. I was just waiting to be recognized.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Stevenson.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks for recognizing me, Chair French. I hear some innovative things that are cool, and I'm excited about it. I'd be remiss if I didn't say I was sad that Safety Camp is moving from Worth. So I thought it was a great place to activate space with park kids and some of the most beautiful parks, in my earnest opinion, in Minneapolis. And kind of being an alum of Safety Camp and working that for years with Jason Green and so many of our wonderful directors. But I understand change happens, but I hope at some point we can revisit using Worth after COVID, really goes away and we can get back to normal life. I'm trying to envision how they would do the bucket brigade at East Phillips. If you know anything about Safety Camp, that's kind of a big deal. And having the helicopter fly in is kind of a big deal too. So I don't know if that's something you folks are planning, but I do truly hope in the future that Safety Camp will be considered to be something phenomenal at Worth Park again. Thanks.
Commissioner Stevenson, thank you for that. And you're right, it was a really difficult decision for us. But given our stretched resources, we had to think about where the greatest needs were. So if you think about 5 years ago, Safety Camp happened so late in the summer. We moved that up to closer to the top of the summer so that kids get all of the safety skills that they need to kind of get through the summer and be a bit more independent, riding the bikes and taking public transportation. And that was wonderful. I think parents appreciated that. But now when we think about who might need some of those skills the most, we had to come to the hard decision, said we've got to move this to where some of the kids that might be taking public transportation much more often than perhaps some of the kids in the Bryn Mawr neighborhood do. And so, as resources make themselves available, we would be happy to entertain how we could do too in the coming years. But right now, we really had to think about who needed it. Hopefully that answers your question.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. I was juggling my phone there. Yeah, like I said, I change happens, and I know I'm one of those folks who deal with change differently. But like I said, it is a really, great event, and it's not only great because it's fun, but as an adult, I learned some things in those camps. When we talked about lead in the windows one time, that was new to me as a 22-year-old park staff. I mean, there's just so many things. So like I said, I hear you loud and clear, but it's something that I put a value on, and I like I said, I hope that it can be moved to Worth at some point in the future and serve a lot of Northside kids.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. I believe Superintendent Magora, you had a question.
Thank you, Chair French. Thank you for recognizing me, actually. I really appreciate that. I only wanted just to say personally to Director Kelb, you know, I've been in the park board for many years, and this is also too for you, Assistant Superintendent Cox, but I want to recognize the amazing ingenuity and the imagination and the variety of camps and programs is absolutely outstanding. I want to recognize that. And I want to say thank you. And I want to recognize our team, the folks that work every day out in the parks who are planning and be providing these services for our youth this summer. I want to recognize the hard work that the staff do every day. This is a very, very difficult year, but they've been incredibly creative going forward this year. I want to recognize that, Director Kelb, for how you're moving that and how everybody came together to do some really fascinating programs. The question was asked when I was going through my review in 2019 to 20, I believe it was, or 2021. The question was asked to me by the commissioners, how can we help you, Superintendent Bangora? Well, I'm asking you at this time to promote and encourage and to show the work that we're doing, to get it out to the community, to share this information so that our constituents, the people that we represent and we are here to serve, know about the things that we're doing. So I'm asking you as our board and commissioners to share as much information as you can so we can get as many kids out to our programs and get involved and engaged. I would greatly appreciate that, and our staff would greatly appreciate that. I don't care if it's through social media, Facebook, Twitter, I don't know, whatever medium that we can use, but I would ask that you would help support us as our elected body and as our wonderful board that we have, if we can get the information out there to our community so they can hear and see what we are doing and to champion it and to praise it and to hopefully get people involved and engaged. We look forward to that. We're going to try everything we can, of course, to get it out there, but we could use your help, especially for this summer, to share the amazing things that we're doing. Thank you, Chair French, for allowing me to have this moment just to share that and to speak to that. And again, thank you to our staff. From me to you, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangora. I see Commissioner Seaver, you still have your hand up, or did you want to ask another question?
Yeah, I did. You know, I typically don't like repeating what other people have said, but I'd be remiss again if I didn't say that Director Kelb, great job. Like I see some movement and I see some struggles with some people with just what I said, talked about change. But I think you're the right person for the job, and accountability, I hear, is a thing with you. And I think that will benefit our community on the north side, particularly immensely. So I've been meaning to reach out to you to deliver that message, but no better place than in the public, in front of my colleagues and Superintendent Bangora. So really good move on your part, Superintendent Bangora, and Assistant Superintendent Cox. So excited to see what you're going to continue to do. And please, if you need my support, I would love to help in any way possible.
So I'm looking to see if any other hands are up. Am I missing anybody? Okay, yeah. So I just okay. Superintendent Bangora, did you want to speak again? Okay. All right. So I just
Chair French, I apologize. I should have taken that down.
No, it's okay. I do it all the time. So, I guess I just want to repeat what Superintendent Bangora said and just thank our staff for the amazing work that they've done. We know this work isn't easy doing it at the times that we're doing it right now. But I do want to say, you know, what I really believe is the most important thing right now in our parks is bodies. So if we can get as many bodies in our parks, many eyes as we possibly can, looking on these young ones who are doing whatever they're doing, and just bodies. We need bodies and programming. So yeah, thank you, Superintendent Cox, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Megora, and thank you. I want to say your name. I don't want to mess it up. Director Hope. Call. Yes. Thank you for all the work that you guys are doing. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes in the future. I mean, we're going to have a really tough summer ahead of us, and I think we've got a good team to make some really good things happen. So, thank you, Assistant Superintendent Cox. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to tell the board?
I would just like to say, as we wrap up, thank you all so much for your support of the Recreation Division. It shows. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your work. And again, Assistant Superintendent Cox, I keep promoting you for some reason. Assistant Superintendent Cox, if you need help, if you want to help, if I need that help using my own social media platform to get the word out, please reach out to me, let me know, and I'll use it. So thank you. With that being said, I would like to adjourn the Recreation Committee.
Time being 9:19, I'll call to order the Planning Committee. Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice Chair Forney.
Here.
Chair Meyer.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda and the minutes of Wednesday, May 19th, 2021?
So moved.
Secretary, please take the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye. I'm sorry. Aye.
It's okay. Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 5 ayes.
That carries. Is there a motion for Resolution 2021-222, a resolution approving encroachment permit for use of 3,724 square feet of land in front of the subject property at 2025 East River Parkway, encroaching upon parkland at East River Parkway within Mississippi Gorge Regional Park, and collecting appropriate fees associated with this encroachment?
So moved.
So moved.
I would like to request a presentation about this. So Christine Downey or Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, take it away.
I'm sorry, Secretary Ringgold, do you have the presentation for this? I should start before I begin the presentation. I should note that for this encroachment permit, we've been working with the applicant since December of last year, and discussions regarding this encroachment permit request. They had bought the parcel from the former Shriner Hospital, and they were determining whether the driveway that has been in existence and was used by the Shriner Hospital since 1924 had an existing encroachment permit. So we were talking to them since December of last year. We determined from the research that I've done and also from the U of M that the encroachment permit that the Shriners Hospital had previously did not extend to the U of M. So then they began their encroachment permit application with the MPRB. So they began their application quite some time ago. This encroachment permit is for 3,724 square feet in front of the subject property and to collect fees associated with this encroachment. So you can flip to the second page. This is just an aerial showing you where the property or parcel is located. You can see that it's obviously on the east side of the river, and it's just slightly north of the Lake Street Bridge. along East River Parkway. Go to the next page. Unfortunately, this is from Google Maps. It's a little blurry, but it's a pretty large parcel. And unfortunately, you can't see my cursor, but you can see that the driveway is a double-sided driveway, and it is an egress and ingress driveway, just single car width on either side. And you can see that the driveway obviously is letting out and entering on East River Parkway. You can also see, as I noted in the resolution, that there is a street to the north of the parcel that is Cecil Street. You can go to the next slide, please. This is just a picture of the site, I think was prior to their construction and improvements to the buildings that are on the parcel. So I think the driveway is to the right of the picture here. If I can, yeah, so that's exactly where it is. So this is a future site of the Masonic Institute for the Developing Brain. So it's basically a health facility, hospital, and it's specifically for the developing brain. So those types of medical issues, or I'm not sure if it's research, or obviously it'll be more than research, but I do have Andrew Caddick from the U of M on the line here if there are additional questions regarding what is being planned for the site. And so you can flip to the next section. This is also in your packet and in the agreement. This is a site plan and survey, and it shows the property line, which is the one that's just parallel up there. And then the shaded or the hatch marked portion are the two driveways. That is on parkland. So you'll see the curved line that's not the parkway is the public sidewalk. And that will cut through, and they don't, of course, the encroachment permit would not cover that. So the driveway portions will be repaved. They're not tearing out the driveways. Those driveways are existing. They are requesting an additional service sidewalk, which is on this photo, is to the right of the right driveway. Yes, perfect. And then also, I'm sorry, it's hard without me having the cursor, but Secretary Ringo is doing great. And then there are two small signs, like one that's going to be entry and one that'll say exit. And there are two lights that you'll see those two skinny hatch mark lines that kind of descend from the property line. Yes, those are just showing the electrical lines that will be basically covered under the encroachment permit. So this is the site plan or survey that basically shows the request that the U of M is making for the encroachment permit. As I said, this is basically the driveways have been here since 1924 from the former parcel owner, which was the Shriner Hospital. So you can go to the next one. I think the next slide is just, excuse me, a zoomed in portion of the survey. We have treated this request as we have all of our encroachment permit requests. An application was made. Our team reviews it. It is not just reviewed by myself, it's reviewed by a team in planning, so that there are multiple eyes on this, so that we are trying to be as consistent and not arbitrary capricious, as Council Rice would probably agree, in terms of the way that we treat all applicants for encroachment permits. I think you can flip to the next slide. This refers to the betterments that will mitigate the fees that were basically arrived at in the way that we do with everyone. The betterments are things that the U of M will be doing to reduce their typical fees. I think the fees were just over 90,000. I don't have that memorized, but it's in the background. of the resolution, and the betterments were just over 11 or 10,000. So that would just reduce their amount. It's not as if they're getting a discount. They are actually providing service in terms of betterments and means of benefit to the park board in terms of value, in terms of the sidewalk that's going to be ramps, making sure that the driveways are grade, and I can't really go further than that because I'm not exactly the expert on those, but that will be connecting those repaved driveways and connecting them to the public sidewalks, making them safer and more amenable to our park users using the public sidewalks. You can flip to the next page. So that was the plan, and I just put this in my presentation, but it's already in the background. It refers to the types of the costs that were associated with the betterments that are being offered by the U of M. So this is just to show that the cost of the betterments are, basically something that can be checked against what others would basically charge for the same service in terms of the sidewalks and ramps. Other than that, I don't, if there's any other questions, that's just the basics, the basic encroachment application. As I said, I've been working with U of M since December of last year.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions, first for you and then for our legal counsel. So first, can you walk us through, so I mean, just first to recap, so this is an existing driveway that previously belonged to the hospital that the university would like to repave. So if they didn't want to repave it, they could just leave it there as it is in its current condition and it would still be there, correct?
It would still be there if they wanted to use it, and if they didn't improve it, if we were to treat them as we do others who have encroachments on our parkland. Only in the case where they do substantial modifications are we requiring that they be basically become compliant. And that's really not a word I like to use, but only in that case would we ask them to then submit an application, basically pay the fees that are typical that we basically charge, and apply to every applicant, and try to do that in the most fair and consistent manner as we do all throughout the system. So, yep, I'm sorry, Chair Meyer, I should have addressed you appropriately, but yes.
Don't worry about it. Can you walk us through what alternative configurations were considered? And actually, before I ask that, Councilor Rice, can you tell us like what legal obligations we have to provide access? Like, what are we required to do in this situation legally?
Mr. Chair, yes. We have a doctrine that we follow where we expect landowners, if they have other reasonable access, they will use it to get to their property. In this case, the only reasonable access to the property is through the parkway. We've had that policy applied throughout the system. I might note for the commissioners, this land was actually subject to litigation over 30 years ago when Shriners moved in and constructed. They'd always been on this site, but there was an issue about having trucks come on the parkway or larger vehicles. The park board at the time resisted. There was litigation, and so not only do we have the landowner here, there's a prior court case that's involved here. And the park board's doctrine has been to allow reasonable access to the property if there's no other feasible route into the property. I think this location with the hospital satisfies that requirement. I might also point out to the committee that, as I understand it, there's no change in any master plan that the board has. This property has been planned around for years. It's been an existing use for a number of years. I think Ms. Downey should, if I'm incorrect, she can correct me, but there's no change to the master plan here. There's no change to the dimensions of the easement that's existed for a number of years. I also understand that there's no cost to the park board in granting this easement or this easement. In fact, as Ms. Downey has outlined, it's actually the university will be making a contribution to the betterment of the park system. And I guess I'd also point out there was no traffic study that would be engendered by this because it's an existing use and traffic patterns aren't going to be affected. And lastly, it is on one of our parkways, but the location of the old Shriners Hospital and of what the university has had has always been the same continuous use for the property. And so the implications for traffic on the East River Road are really going to be the same both before and after this matter if the board grants the encroachment permit.
Thank you. Ms. Downey, can you walk through what alternatives you considered and why you didn't recommend them? I mean, that was in your report, but can you just verbalize some of them?
Yeah, so I included briefly a little bit in the background of the resolution. There, as I noted in my presentation, there is a street that lies north of the property, north and west of the parcel. It's Cecil Street, and that.
Can you go back to that map that shows that street?
Yeah, Secretary Ringel, if you could go back to that, I'm not certain. I think that was maybe one of the first three. I'm not certain. It's in the beginning of it. Right there, perfect. So as you can see, East River Parkway, I'm sorry. And then you see Cecil Street Southeast. Now, as I said, this is slightly blurry, but you can see they do have actually an entrance there. And I think that if Council Rice might have been referring to litigation, perhaps that's where trucks are entering. I don't know. I didn't have the background of that. Now that, unfortunately, I didn't have that information in my file or anything of that sort. And I was obviously not working with the park board at the time, but that would have been one of the feasible alternatives. Now they would have to remove the driveway and repair and basically restore the land that's in front of East River Parkway, and make that the egress, ingress, but you would basically have the same traffic on East River Parkway. So that is really the only other option they would have had. And so because that would have had the impact to East River Parkway would have been the same, we felt as a team that we might as well keep the driveways here and have them repave it. So that's the other alternative. It's my understanding, as I said, Mr. Caddick is on the line, is that they're not necessarily doing anything to the buildings. They may be renovating or rehabbing the buildings, but I don't know that they're doing much to the footprint of the buildings on the parcel, but he can add to that. So they're basically going to treat the parcel, from what I saw, pretty much the same way, so that the use will be the same, the entrance and exit from the parcel would be the same. But that is, as a team, we sat down and talked and felt it would have been basically the same impact on the parkway, and probably worse, and an impact on our other park users who are residential that live, along Cecil Street. So to have all that traffic coming out of that one street, both entering and exiting on Cecil, would have been probably a worse impact on the parkway than to have the driveway there. So the driveways.
All right. Some allegations were made today by Commissioner Bourne and by people commenting open time that this was a sweetheart deal. To that, I want to say I was just put on the agenda as staff recommendation. I mean, people accuse me specifically of this being a sweetheart deal. I had no participation in it except insofar as I forwarded a staff recommendation. And just to that, I'd like to ask Council Rice. You already mentioned a couple things, but can you just distinguish what you see as meaningful differences between this request and the request for a parking lot on Central Avenue Northeast?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well, I think the key difference is this. By ordinance, the Park Board has adopts master plans and plans the system and of capital nature that the board would engage in. So you have two things. You have your capital plan and you have your master plan for the park system. The St. Anthony Parkway has been subject to a long-term master plan about how it's going to be guided. That master plan is incorporated. Since St. Anthony Parkway is part of the regional park system, that plan has been approved by the Met Council. So if the board was going to go and revisit the issue of parking bays on St. Anthony Parkway in the vicinity of Central Avenue, you would really have to go through a master planning process to amend that, go through your neighborhood engagement process, go through the Met Council process to, in essence, redesign land dedicated to the Metro Regional Park System. This area along East River Road also is included in the regional park system, but from what I understand of the proposal and what Ms. Downey has presented tonight, there really is no change to the regional park system. It's basically improving asphalt and related things to a driveway. And that, in my mind, is the primary difference, it's a substantial difference in terms of what's being proposed there. And I believe, as either you pointed out or President Cogill pointed out, Superintendent Bangora did advise Mr. Hussein from CARE of what our processes were there. So, at least in my opinion, I see what Ms. Downey and the planning staff has brought forward. It's consistent with what has been proposed in the past by planning for encroachment permits. And I really think the proposal that the Sloan Mosque has is not an encroachment permit. It's really a redesign and repurposing of park board land that's existent. It would carve out parking bays. It would take out trees. It would probably engender realigning sidewalks. And by moving the sidewalks, it would transform land that's already been designated to be one purpose and changing it to another. I think the board can do it, but one is much more complicated and involved a number of other processes. That's the Sloan Mosque proposal, as opposed to this, which would be, I would say, a fairly standard encroachment permit activity that the board's engaged in dozens of times over in your term of office.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. I don't have any particular questions for Mr. Caddick, but Mr. Caddick, if you have anything that you would like to add as part of the presentation, you're free to do so.
Chair Meyer, I hope you can hear me. I hope my audio is coming through.
Yes, we can.
I don't have anything to add, but I did want to speak just to say thank you to Ms. Downey for her work with us on this for these few months, and just to underscore what you've heard already, that this is an existing use, and the encroachment that's proposed would provide safe public access to this clinical medical facility. That's it. Thank you.
Are there any questions or discussion from commissioners? I'm not seeing any, so I'll just add my comment that commissioners and really anybody who knows me knows that I would like to see pavement and negative vehicle impacts minimized wherever possible. If other commissioners come forward with a proposal at the full board meeting that reduces negative impacts better, I am very receptive to considering that. I'm going to abstain from the vote today to reflect my undecided position on this, but to let it move forward to the full board. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Caddick, I see you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. Well, in light of what you just said, I wanted to reiterate and maybe even clarify what Ms. Downey said about the driveway that exists on Cecil Street Southeast. That's a service entrance to a service dock area. And just because of the site configuration, topography, and the building footprints, which this project will not change, we agree with Council Rice's statement that it's not feasible to consider that as an alternative public access point. And I wouldn't have added that but for the statement that you just made about alternatives being presented at the full board.
Thank you for that addition. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Secretary Ringel, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French. Commissioner French. Vice Chair Forney. Chair Meyer.
Did you ask for a vote for me? I'm sorry, I cut off.
Thank you, Commissioner French. I did, but I didn't hear one.
No.
Okay. Chair Meyer.
Abstain.
You have 3 ayes, 1 nay, and 1 abstain.
That carries. Is there a motion for Resolution 2021-223, a resolution approving encroachment permit for use of 26 square feet of land in front of the subject property at 2833 East Lake of the Isles Parkway, encroaching upon parkland at Lake of the Isles Parkway within the Minneapolis Channel Lakes Regional Park, and the collection of appropriate fees associated with this encroachment?
So moved.
Thank you, and I would like to request a presentation on this one as well. So, Ms. Downey, nice to see you again.
Yes, thank Secretary Ringel, if you could also start the presentation on this matter. Okay, this is another matter in which we've been dealing with the property owners for, oh gosh, I think over a year and a half. And Director Swenson is also on the line. He can help me if I get a little fuzzy here. He did a lot of the interactions previously. This application is for 26 square feet of land in front of the subject property. Next slide, please. So this is just an area locating where the property is along Lake of the Isles Parkway. And yeah, obviously it's down here in the southeast corner. Next slide, please. So just a little zoomed in portion, show you where it is along the lake. Next slide, please. This is my best photo I could show of the stairway. This is the stairway in its current condition. Probably the best photo I could find. I think the landscaping has changed a little bit since then, but the stairwell is this way, and they are intending to tear out and I think put a patio up near their property, and the brick is a little wonky. I'm sorry, this is probably not a scientific term, but they'll be replacing the stairs. So next slide, please. This is probably a better way to show you where the property line is. As you can see, the bold line is their parcel, and the parkland is lying north of that bold line. You can see where the stairs are. Obviously, the sidewalk is a public sidewalk, of course, and the stairway is only about 3 or 4 steps and a little bit of a landing. So that is adding up to about 26 square feet, and that is the basis of their request. Next slide, please. So let me give a little bit of background of our previous history with the applicants. They had attempted to solve some of their drainage issues by unfortunately using a contractor that was a little bit overzealous in his creativity. They originally had a discharge, drainage discharge that was on parkland. And you can see in the photo to the left, the original discharge was further down the hill and on parkland. And then in the photo on the right, you can see where, well, probably a better photo where they had actually gone under the sidewalk, unfortunately. And it went under the sidewalk and to the curb and discharged at the curb. And if you could flip to the next photo, this is kind of a picture of what happened. So we had a very long process with them for them to understand that we need this all fixed and basically remedied. And we ended up finally getting to them so that they removed all of this and are going to be basically remedying the parkland, both replacing the sidewalk panel. They're going to be replacing the curb cut there, you know, basically making sure that that is put back to its, you know, restoring that to its normal state. And then also, I don't know if I have another photo. Nope. If you could go back to to the photo before. I'm sorry, one more hit. There, right, I'm sorry. So you can see on the hill, the discharge photo, I'm sorry. You can see here, this is where they fixed it and put the discharge further up the hill. Now, what was happening is this is part of their, they have a very intricate water discharge system. And this is only in the cases of very large storms where they have any water coming out. Prior to this, you know, they had it down here. We didn't want any water coming out on the sidewalk and disturbing and creating a safety situation for park users, of course. They are expecting that there will not be enough water to be coming down here. Now, coming down the hill and onto the sidewalk. Now, in the background of the resolution, I do mention and kind of describe what we're intending here. So I noted in the background that this is over a year, a little bit over a year, we were trying to resolve some of these issues from their attempts to correct their drainage problems. And this encroachment request was based on our going out and actually meeting with them in person with our contractors so that we were all on the same page. And their request is with this application now, but this basically will be also based, if the approval will be based on the following stipulations: that they repair those 2 segments of the curb and the gutter by removing and repouring the curb and gutter at each location. And they replace the 2 full sidewalk panels where the segments of the panels were removed to install the unauthorized drain pipes on parkland. And that MPRB staff will check back in the next year, because we need to make sure that it goes through a couple seasons, or at least the full seasons, to make appropriate changes if icing conditions on parkland remains. If any drainage issues impact parkland remain, continues owners will remedy that as directed by MPRB staff. So I'm sorry, getting tongue-tied. So the encroachment application or a permit, if approved by the board, would be basically with those following stipulations. Excuse me. So that is the base. I'm sorry, I missed the last one. The last one is that they will apply for and obtain their construction permit from the park board. Make sure that these things are done in a professional manner and replaced and removed the sidewalk and the curb and gutter. So that is that portion, and they would pay the associated fee, which is a little over $3,400, along with the administrative fee.
Thank you, Ms. Downey. Commissioners, are there any questions or discussion? I'm not seeing any. It seems to me that approving stairs is consistent with enjoyment of the parks and not diminishing it. So I will vote aye on this. Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita. Vice President Vita. Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
No.
Vice Chair Forney.
Aye.
Chair Meyer.
Aye.
Vice President Vita.
Aye, sorry.
It's okay, thank you. You have 4 ayes and 1 nay.
That carries and concludes our business, so I will declare the committee adjourned and call to order the Standards and Conduct meeting, the time being 9:55 p.m. Secretary Ringgold, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner French.
Here.
Vice Chair Hassan. Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Meyer.
Here.
You have a quorum. Did I lose you?
Chair Meyer?
Chair Meyer looks frozen.
Oh. Who's the vice chair?
Vice Chair Hassan. Vice Chair Hassan isn't present. Council Rice, who would be the next right choice if Commissioner Meyer can't?
Commissioner French.
Commissioner French.
My internet just went out for a little bit. Sorry about that.
There we go. There we go.
All right.
I am very sorry about that. Did you already approve the agenda and the minutes?
No, we were just sorting that out.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda and the minutes from Wednesday, July 15th, 2020 and Wednesday, January 20th, 2021?
So moved.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Vice President Vita.
Present.
Commissioner Musich. Oh, no, this would be an aye or a nay.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hassan. Chair Meyer.
Aye.
You have 4 ayes and 1 absent.
That carries. We have one discussion item that I put on the agenda with the idea of having an open-ended discussion about what rules changes people would like to see. Council Rice has informed me that it's pretty traditional that most of the rules that get passed tend to get passed toward the end of a term, because that's the point when you have some familiarity with how things are going and what things could be improved, hopefully to make things better for the next board. So as I indicated in the background for this committee, this discussion is open to all 9 commissioners. What I would basically propose is that we go through one round where we suggest what rules we might be interested in, then a second round tonight to give any initial feedback about that, so that we can have a sense of what one's commissioners are interested in seeing a draft for. And then at a later meeting, I will submit drafts of my own for some. If there are rule proposals that I don't personally support, but that other commissioners want to make, you can submit those drafts to me by email, and I will put them on a future committee agenda. So with that, I'm going to go through some of the proposals that I had on my mind. The first one is a pretty simple one, but it's just always mildly annoyed me that we have unnecessarily long committee names. So I was going to propose to shorten several of them, including shortening the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee to just being the Intergovernmental Committee, the Administration and Finance Committee to just being Administration, the Standards and Conduct Committee to just being Rules Committee, and the Park Police Governance, Operations, and Oversight Committee to be just the Park Police Oversight Committee. So that was my first proposal. The second one.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Sure, yeah. So the new committees would be, first one would just be the Intergovernmental Committee, replacing the Legislative and Intergovernmental. So the short version of that would just be IGR, which is what they call it anyway. Administration and Finance would just be the Administration Committee or Admin Committee. Standards and Conduct would be the Rules Committee. And the Park Police Governance, Operations, and Oversight Committee would become the Park Police Oversight Committee. The second one I wanted to put out there, first, I think we should rename, for our purposes, the motion Previous Question. I think Previous Question is a very arcane name that, if you're not well-versed in Robert's Rule of Order, is not very accessible to the normal person. So I think we should change that to a more descriptive motion so that people following along in the audience can know what it means. So I would propose to change the name to a motion to end discussion. And so that would be the first part of it is to change the name of it. The second part of it would be to change the voting threshold for it from a supermajority, which for us means 6 votes, to a simple majority, which if everyone was present would mean 5 votes. And then for—
So can you repeat that one?
Repeat the last part or the whole thing for it? So
the last part.
Yeah. So it would change the voting threshold for Previous Question, which would be renamed, but right now, the motion for Previous Question requires a supermajority of 2/3, which for our body is 6 votes. I think, to me, it makes sense, like a majority of the board should be able to decide, yeah, we're ready to move on from the discussion and just have a vote. I think that should be just a simple majority. I'm interested to hear what other commissioners have to say about that, but that's my point of view on it. The second, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm still confused. So I don't recall anyone ever utilizing that motion?
It's happened several times and it's been confusing for commissioners every time. I think half the commissioners didn't even know what was going on, which is why I brought it up.
Okay. I guess I'll have
can,
to read through it some more because it's 10 o'clock at night and I'm struggling with that one, but we'll get them in writing to review before we discuss this again in committee, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's not interest in doing it, I won't bother putting a draft forward. But if there is, then you'll get to review that in writing.
Okay.
For both previous question and the motion to table, they're not currently debatable, which I think has presented problems some of the times that people have made both of those motions, because you can't have any discussion about whether there was more that people wanted to say. On the other hand, you don't want to allow a lot of time, because the whole point of moving those things is that you want to move on. So I was going to suggest that perhaps both of those motions could be debatable up for a minute, for one person speaking in favor and one person speaking against. So you just get a sense of if there is any opposition to ending the discussion or not. Was that one clear, Commissioner Misich? I was also going to propose a distinction between different types of absences. We could have a distinction for notified absences when a commissioner gives notice in advance that they're going to be not attending a meeting, versus a not notified absence. That was one. And then finally, I was looking at making a change for the settlements that we consider, to set a threshold at which we just give the staff discretion to make decisions. I feel that we have had quite a few committees of the whole with closed sessions, reviewing things like workers' compensation, where it really felt unnecessary, both for the commissioners and for legal staff, which comes at the cost. I charge by the hour, right? So I was going to propose setting a threshold where we defer to staff on that at up to a $100,000 settlement. Those were all my proposals. So like I said, I would go through the commissioners for any other proposals that you may have, and then commissioners can go back and give their comments on them. And I know it's very late, but because there are like a whole lot of subject matters here, I'm going to be flexible with the time limits that we have, so that you can comment on all of the different proposals that we have. But that, keeping that in mind, please be brief so that we can get to bed. That said, Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. Am I on? Okay, yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Meyer, for number one, having this as an agenda item, and also for allowing all commissioners to speak to the matter. I guess number one, I appreciate that we have had a lot of eyes on us for some time, and as the letter that was read during our open time from the League of Women Voters, their observations, and I think as they articulated, they had wrote about their observations in the Star Tribune, whatever, I think they said last fall. Anyway, so I would like to address, first of all, absenteeism has been very chronic with this board. We do have one member who has, per record on website has a 70% all around attendance, and I just feel that are we being representative to our community or to our constituents? And so I don't know how to enforce something like this. My understanding is that somebody was if a board member was absent for 90 days, then that would be subject. So but I just think it's very important for us to encourage, attendance. Okay. Also, they indicated that abstentions have been used an inordinate amount. And I would like to see if one were to abstain from something, an explanation I feel is important. Why? I'm not knowledgeable on the fact, whatever it might be. I think it is for us to be transparent, with the community is essential. So, and I still have a real problem with conflict of interest. Well, the best example I have is former president and commissioner John Irwin. Anytime anything had to do with the University of Minnesota, he always abstained, just for the appearance of conflict of interest. And I think it's very, very important for us to be very cognizant of that. We want to continue to have trust from the community with us as far as our voting. And then another thing that the League of Women Voters talked about is those of us who are appointed to boards and commissions and committees outside of the board to report back to the board of anything that has to do with our park system. That has been missing, and I believe that they're looking for, and I believe that there's a few commissioners that think that the report of officers and everything is the place that it's to happen. My understanding has always been in petitions and communications. So I think clarity is needed there. If these are rules that will be taking effect during this term, that's one thing. If these are rules to be taking effect in the next term, I feel coupled with this is commissioner training on Robert's rules, upon what our obligations are, about, I've spoken with the superintendent about how essential it is to have good training as far as our budgeting, because that is probably one of our major functions. Training to me, that's not a rule, but I think is something very important and would help give clarity of when is the use of abstentions, when is the use of a recusal. And I strongly agree with Chair Meyer about notification of absence is essential. We've struggled a few times. Do we even have a quorum? And that is distillatory. I mean, it's so irresponsible. So those are my major things. How those equate into rules, I am not positive, but and then I guess the last thing is that to make it obligatory that each member, each commissioner would serve on a committee per the president's appointment, with the president soliciting from commissioners what boards, what committees, boards, commissions, committees there's an interest. In the past, there was a survey that was sent out to all commissioners to request, what would you like to serve on? And I believe it should be an obligation. We have had difficulty in filling our committees because we have had some commissioners refuse to be on committees, and I think it's an obligation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. Something Commissioner Forney just said made me think that perhaps it would behoove us to discuss adding a rule around how many outside appointment meetings commissioners can miss before the board president should be appointing a new representative to ensure that the board has people attending to represent us on boards where we've been given a seat.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner French. Commissioner French, your hand is raised. Would you like to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I was unmuted. Some of the requirements of a park commissioner. This is not a full-time job. This is not something that we're supposed to be paying attention to, and it's not enough. It's not enough to actually take care of myself. So if I have a job that I have to attend, I have to do that. Other people may be independently wealthy or have money from other places that they can, bypass a job or something like that. But other folks don't have opportunity to do that. Now, I'm an organizer, and sometimes the people I organize, they work until 4 o'clock. So only time to work with those folks is after they get off work. We tried when we first got elected to see if we can get some assistance or aids for commissioners to help do some of the work, and that was shot down. I mean, I think we're putting rules in place where only certain people can be park commissioners. And if that happens, only certain people will get the resources going to their communities and neighborhoods. So, in Robert's rules is maybe we should figure out something else besides Robert's rules. So I don't know. There's a lot of things we need to think about. There's a lot of things that have been done in the past that just been done. That's just the way they've been done, and no one's ever needed critical thinking and see if that's the right way to do it. Maybe we don't need to be using Robert's rules. Maybe we need to be doing some other stuff. So I don't know. More rules seems more complication, and it seems like it's a way to stifle certain agendas that folks have who want to be a little bit more progressive in the way they run our park board. So it seems like a political move right now.
Commissioner French, can you clarify which one? Like, are you speaking against everything that was mentioned, or
pretty much? Especially the attendance issue is if we were full-time elected officials, I can understand there being some critique about our attendance, but we all required to have another job. We're all required to make money so we can eat and pay our bills. So it's really disheartening to watch commissioners chastise other commissioners about attendance when other commissioners may have funds and resources that are not available to all other commissioners. So I just think we not only need to take in the fact that who's serving on the board right now, but who may want to serve in the future. So if we're making it cost prohibitive for folks to serve in the future, we're going to get a slim pool of candidates, and that's not good for the folks in Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Musich, did you have an additional proposal, or are you raising your hand for round 2?
I was, maybe yes, I am. I was just wondering if it'd be possible to have you share. Are you taking notes manually, or do you have them in a screen that you could share with us so that we could all view them at the same time?
I've been taking them manually.
Okay.
I'm not able to share them, I'm sorry. But I will go through some of them and give my comments on them, and then other commissioners can give comments as well. So to Commissioner Forney's.
Could I say one more thing? Just in the interest of ensuring that we're being thoughtful about this. It might make sense to see if anyone else has any further suggestions, and if they don't tonight, to include this list for further discussion in a subsequent meeting, so that we have an opportunity for the entire, a lot of the board now has dropped that's not on this committee. So I'd like to have everyone have an opportunity to read through what's been suggested in this initial round, process that, and then come forward with either modifications to what's been proposed or additional suggestions at a future meeting. I think we have time for that in the remainder of our term.
We certainly do. And you know, toward the end of the term, touching on what a different commissioner brought up, I do want to have some discussion about what things we want to provide for training for the next round of commissioners. But so just to be clear though, Commissioner Musich, are you requesting like a second discussion item in this committee before drafts actually get voted on? Is that the request, or just to have things emailed out before the final drafts come to the committee?
I guess I'm interested in hearing what my other colleagues on the committee would like to see happen. I just know right now that I'm not prepared to have super critical thinking on what's being proposed and to be able to provide the kind of feedback I would like to on this issue, having thought about it, you know, just for the past 20 minutes or so. So I guess my preference would be to have an additional discussion and then craft things, but if folks believe differently, I'd like to hear from you. So thank you.
Okay, what I think I might do is bring some of these forward that I feel might be ready to go. And then we can have additional discussions on ones that aren't ready to go at that same committee meeting. But I will follow up with you, Commissioner Musich, after today to talk that through with you. So first, before I call on commissioners for the second round, I'm just going to give some of my initial feedback. To Commissioner Forney's, for abstentions, I think it could make sense to require an explanation why. I think it would also be nice if when there's a vote against like a staff recommended motion that defeats the motion, that commissioners should kind of be obliged to say what it is they wanted to see, because like that was something that I struggled with for the Benedict Koska vote, because I was constrained by open meeting law from contacting too many commissioners and didn't really know what would command a majority. I'm not sure how to write that into a rule, because you won't know in advance whether it will defeat the motion or not. But certainly for abstentions, for Commissioner Forney's suggestion, I think that would make sense to require. I mean, you have to give some kind of explanation if you abstain. To conflict of interest, I mean, I didn't, really hear a specific proposal to that. For reports back at committee or during petitions and communication, I mean, I just I seldom use my PNC because our meetings run so long, and I am on a lot of outside committees, and it feels like it would take me a long time to update you on all of them. If it's something that other commissioners besides Commissioner Forney really want me to do, then I will do that. But it seems like it would take quite a bit of time to do. Already touched on commissioner training. We can work on that toward the end of the year. A requirement that each commissioner serve on at least one committee. I could support that. To Commissioner Musich's suggestion, I would support having a rule about how many outside committees you can miss before we're being removed from the committee. And to Commissioner French's objections, I mean, I guess like notifying seems like a pretty straightforward thing to do, even if you do have a lot of other obligations, and that can mean that it's justified to miss a meeting, but there should still be, I think it would still be appropriate to have a rule about notification for it. Yeah, so that was my initial comments. For additional comments, I'll go to Meg Forney. Commissioner Forney.
Okay, thank you. I believe it or not, I hear you, Commissioner French, and I've tried to give that quite a bit of consideration. To be considerate of, such as Ramadan. Ramadan, I know is a potential barrier for some communities to be able to actively participate. And, so I've thought, should we change, when the meetings are, should they be during the daytime, whatever. I do believe that there should be a measurement of that of some sort. And I applaud that and would like to, how can we be the most engaging of the whole community to be able to participate? I feel very excited that at least in this election year, there seems to be a pretty robust amount of people that seem to be interested in being candidates. So I don't think we've blocked people out completely. As far as conflict of interest, the reason why I bring that up is more about transparency. And so if there is a perception, I believe that commissioners should be cognizant of that and reflect that. And as far as reports of committee, it doesn't necessarily have to be in petitions and communications. It can be in a written form. We have plenty of petitions and communications that are, a part of our agenda. So if that's a concern that, we're going to be occupying too much time. And I guess I would like to say, instead of one committee, to serve at the discretion of the president. That should be the president's prerogative, but in consultation with commissioners. What is your preference? If you don't, whatever, what's your passion, what's your interest? So I would encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner French.
Yeah, I want to know one. How do you enforce this? What are the consequences if you break one of these rules? Like what?
Yeah. So to the attendance notification one, I don't think there would be any enforcement. There would just be a different metric on the website. So the website, includes information about how many meetings have been missed. All my proposal would do would add information to the website about how many meetings were basically excused absences, as opposed to absences that had no notification about them.
So excuse absences. How do you get it? How do you get an excuse absence? You have to get a note from a doctor or something. This is. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I think just notifying the president.
So what kind of rules do we need to get an excuse absent from a board meeting?
Just notifying the president that you'll not be in attendance.
It seems a lot of micromanagement going on. It seems like some of these rules are particularly pointed towards one particular commissioner, and it seems like we're going to adopt rules for the whole board to deal with one commissioner, and I don't think that's okay.
You have any further comments, Commissioner French?
Yeah, I think these rules are arbitrary, and I think they're going to affect Black and brown people disproportionately about, in the future who wants to run. And that is black and brown people, but people who don't have a lot of money.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Commissioner Vita.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I'm trying to process it all, so I hope there's future opportunities for us to have this discussion. It's a little late, but I did want to say, I get like filling out the form and submitting it to, to leadership in advance, saying like, I've missed days. I went on vacation or, took time off for work or something like that, or showed up late to a meeting maybe. And I've tried my best to let, the board president or staff, whomever know, the vice chair of a committee I may have been chairing, that I wasn't going to be there in preparation for the upcoming meeting. So I think like when I think about this, I think about like chair duties and, just the leadership role overall, like how that helps the next person in line when you do give an advance notice. I would never agree to some type of penalty if a person didn't do it, because I think ultimately the penalty lies with the voters. Folks can look at our attendance record and see if we're participating in community committee meetings, what committees we're on, what outside committees we're on, and that stuff is public. So I would leave that to the voters to decide if they want to continue having someone who is not attending meetings regularly to represent them. I guess I would just, push back a little bit on the idea of a time change, because I thought about that myself, like maybe we should have the meetings earlier, but I think that would be a bigger barrier to people of color who maybe have a full-time job during the day, or have to work somewhere else like I do. Like it wouldn't be as easy for me to take Wednesday morning off sometimes, depending on the time of the year. So I let that idea go. But that was something I thought, like maybe if we started at noon, then we wouldn't be going till 11 o'clock at night or something like that. But I do think that could be a little complicated. As I said when I started out, I just need some additional time to process this. I'm not saying that I support certain things or I don't. I just would like to, like kind of look through it a little bit more, take it in and come up with some different ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, that concludes our business, and I'll declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done now, right?